Okay, colleagues, I'll grab your attention, please, as we'll resume our strategic planning and budget committee meeting, and I will move it over to Commissioner Rose on slide 58. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Just wait for the slides to come up on the screen. So I'm pleased to present to Council today some of the proposed service adjustments that we have made for waste management. I'm going to go through a couple of slides speaking about what that is and provide an overview of what our waste management services are. As you know, it's been an interesting couple of years with the transition of the Blue Box recycling collection to circular materials, the producer group who is now responsible for that. So in our conversations today with respect to waste management, I'll be speaking about garbage, which is the black cart, and organics, which is the green cart. I will make some mention of recycling throughout the presentation. So I'm just wanting to remind Council that in March 2026, the region will be rolling out a contract which will just be dealing with the garbage, the black carts, and organics, the green carts. So if you could move to the next slide, please. So in waste management, we manage waste collection and diversion programs for 161,000 single-family homes, duplexes, and 3 to 6 unit buildings, as well as 8,500 multifamily units and townhouse complexes, and 1,500 downtown businesses across Waterloo region. In 2024, we handled approximately 8,500 customer service cases. We also manage the landfill, which is an active landfill, closed landfills, transfer stations, and public drop-off services. We receive, transfer, and process 144,782 metric tons of garbage, which was landfilled, and 30,000 metric tons of yard waste was composted, and 25,000 metric tons of organics was composted. We also have environmental compliance approvals for all of our sites that are issued by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. And under those environmental compliance approvals, we are obligated to provide operations and maintenance activities to meet the ECA for the MECP. Next slide, please. So this slide gives a waste financial overview. As Director Neil spoke about earlier, the main impact to waste management is the last phase-in of the collection contract, and you'll see that in the first blue bar there. The inflation in volume is related to our contracts, so we have haulage contracts, for instance. And then we have some revenue adjustments, and I will speak to those in the user fees section of the presentation. We have some debt servicing costs that were lowered, and then we also found $1.2 million in efficiencies and reductions, which I'll be going through with you in a few minutes. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So some of the challenges that we're facing in waste management are as you know, the increasing cost of delivering curbside collection services. We also have, as I said, an active landfill, and based on the new long-term waste management strategy that we're currently working on, we have some preliminary data that's actually reduced the lifespan of the landfill. We always said it was around 20 to 25 years, and now it's moved to 18 to 20 years of lifespan remaining at the Waterloo landfill. So our waste management strategy, of course, looks at growth and diversion and things like that to keep things out of landfill, but that is the current estimate. And then, of course, as you know, the ongoing changes with policies and legislation related to the Blue Box transition. So our strategic initiatives are really focused on two things. One is the implementation of the new contract in March of 2026. So as a council had approved a 4-day collection week, we are only collecting waste and organics. and we're also moving to carts. So we moved to carts to promote cleanliness, enhance service and efficiency, and supporting workforce stability and improving worker safety. Our long-term waste management strategy is a really exciting piece of work where we can focus on the future of waste management, which really is the circular economy. And the circular economy supports diversion, reduction, and reuse of materials. Circular economies are not just about waste, but they can also boost business development through unique ways of looking at how to reuse materials that would normally go to landfill. So we've just completed the engagement phase of the strategy and are starting to look at recommendations. Next slide, please. The first initiative that I wanted to speak about was the double up days. I've had a lot of questions about double up days and how they relate to the carts. So because double up days would normally be in bags, these were not included as something that we would have our current contractor doing because they are using a cart-based system. Also, the current program, which is an up to 6 bag limit for 4 holidays, which are New Year's, Easter, Thanksgiving, and Christmas, are traditional Christian holidays or traditional holidays of the original settlers of this land. So from a diversity, equity, and inclusion perspective, we felt that the double up days after these 4 holidays were probably not appropriate. We did do an audit of the amount of double up days people were actually using, and we found from 2023 to 2025 that only 12% of households were using this service. So this service is not included right now in the budget. If a council wanted to continue with the double up days, it would cost approximately $204,800 a year to continue with the service. I just wanted to let council know, though, that we do have the garbage bag tags available for $3 a tag still, so people, if they do have extra garbage, can put it out when they need to. Next slide, please. One of the other audits that we did was looking at bulky item collection. So this is when you have a large item that won't normally fit into a garbage bag. The bulky item collection audit revealed that only 12% of households were using this service, and 67% only placed one item out for collection of those 12%. We know that some of the bulky items can be placed into the garbage carts effective with a new contract. For instance, things like a broken broom or umbrella, furnace filters. If these items can fit into your cart, then you can put them in there and they will be taken away as garbage. So we are proposing to decrease collection of bulky items from biweekly to monthly effective March 2026. This is one of the efficiencies and savings and changes in level of service that we have already embedded into the budget, and it would be a savings of $458,823. Slide 55. So this is another item that I know council is very interested in, and this is the Sandy can collection in downtown areas. So the Sandy cans are the litter containers, the open space litter containers that are owned by area municipalities and collected by the region. The August 2024 SID committee meeting directed staff to discuss the necessary details with representatives of the downtowns and area municipalities about looking at the discontinuation of designated downtown public space or litter container collection service. So staff did do that and actually came back in earlier this fall to talk about continuing this service with continued conversations with the downtown BIAs and the area municipalities, because there was a lot of concern about equity and about the ability to pay for this service at the area municipal level. So the region currently collects 57 sanitary cans from Wellesley, Wilmot, Kitchener, and Cambridge. So not all area municipalities receive this service from the region. The other area municipalities collect and manage their own Sandy cans, about 113 of them in the BIAs. So as I had mentioned before, we had we had concerns about equity, we had concerns about how this service can be delivered, and as part of the savings in the budget, which is included in the budget, is a proposal to remove sandy can collection as a service that the region provides. The next slide, 56. So this public drop-off recycling, this actually came to fruition during and a little bit after our budget conversations about service reductions, because we were in ongoing conversations with Circular Materials about providing recycling services at the public drop-offs. So as anyone here who's gone to the public drop-off knows, there is a space there for recycling materials. So the region and staff, from a professional perspective, like the idea of continuing to provide this service to the residents simply because it keeps the materials out of the landfill. However, I wanted to provide council with the costs of this, because it really is a level of service that needs to be determined by council if we continue to provide recycling services at the public drop-off or not. So we wanted to be transparent with council and the community on the costs incurred by the region to continue providing a service that Circular Materials is not providing. However, they did, in recent conversations, say they would provide some additional funding for this service to continue at the region. So this program is in the budget, and but it's for your consideration if you still want to continue to provide recycling services at our public drop-offs. And this is only from the period of January to March, when the new contract starts, because we're still in conversation about after the new contract starts. The next slide, please. So this one relates to landfill tipping fees. So when people visit our landfill, they pay currently $12 to bring their materials to the landfill public drop-off area and sort them for our transfer station, for our landfill, and for other recycling that they would do there. We're suggesting that this move to $15 as an increase for the minimum fee per visit. This is still well below cost recovery. However, it's just it's a way to increase revenues from the public drop-off to help support the inflation that we all are facing across the region. We are also suggesting a general refuse garbage pickup to $120. And this is related to municipal comparators and local transfer stations. And this is per ton, mostly for ICI customers, which are our industrial, commercial, and institutional customers. We're looking at increasing special handling loads. So this is where our staff help with stumps and wire, styrofoam, nuisance dust to an increase of $240. And for specially handling of asbestos, we're suggesting an increase to $425. Recycling and diversion fees up $31.50 to $82.50 relates to contractual and operational costs, along with a scan of municipal comparators and local transfer stations. So people may use, especially our ICI customers, may use private transfer stations instead to bring their materials. However, this increase could also help reduce landfill waste going to our landfill and extending its lifespan, which, as I mentioned before, is currently at 18 to 20 years. And I think that's my last slide, and I'm ready to answer questions. Thank you.
What are we using for?
Okay, and that would be me. Questions, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Commissioner Rose, for this report. I may have read it wrong, but I thought there was something in there about a recycling diversion fee going from $51 to $82. Can you explain what that is exactly and why it's going up by that amount?
Yeah, so that's it's actually recyclable and diversion fees, and it's up from $31.50 to $82.50. and it relates to contractual and operational costs associated with recycling and diversion. And we really did a scan of our municipal comparators at local transfer stations to see, to keep in line with what they're doing. So that's part of the cost increase, but also, as I mentioned before, as we increase our costs, people may choose to go to other transfer stations or public drop-offs for their yard waste, leaves, grass, appliances, scrap metal, et cetera, and which is helpful to us from a landfill capacity perspective.
So, okay, so by what you've just explained, then it seems like this will actually encourage recycling, not discourage it. Is that correct? Because I was concerned about the fee being a deterrent for community members to recycle.
Through the chair to Councillor Huning, it's an interesting behavioral question actually that you're asking, because people recycle because they believe in recycling, and people divert because they believe in diversion. So we don't really have an incentive program to divert. These prices are really to help us with the cost recovery of public drop-off and transfer stations.
Okay. I'm not sure I understand what you understand, but I'll let other people ask questions now.
Okay, Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, and through your chair, thanks for this presentation. A few questions. So on the double days changes that we're looking at, could you perhaps comment on the capacity of the carts versus our current waste limit? Like, so is there more capacity in the large cart at least?
Through the chair to Councillor Rodriguez, I don't have the exact weights numbers in front of me. However, I do know that the carts can hold more than the 3 garbage bags full of garbage that we currently have as our level of service for curbside collection.
Okay, that's great to hear. I want to come back to a conversation that we had with our new colleagues at Circular Materials the other month about the collection calendar. In a world where we're trying to find new ways to offset costs, I know some communities have actually cost shared the cost of preparing the collection calendar with Circular Materials. I very much recognize it is a distinct and separate program that we, we want to make sure that's very clear that it's not us that's collecting recycling still. But I think for residents to have 2 calendars and figuring out what week's which, that could get a little confusing. And so there's a customer service element to it. Is that something that we could assuming we're going to, I guess my question here is, are we going to have a new calendar that comes in March that's issued to homes? And is there a window between now and then to look into that type of cost sharing or sharing of information between us and Circular Materials?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Rodriguez, as you say, this is a distinct and separate service that Circular Materials is providing with recycling. This is going to be confusing, I think, anyways, to residents because they're used to the region providing the blue box recycling service. So we felt, we had a discussion, internal discussion, that perhaps it would be less confusing to have 2 separate methods of communication so that blue box and recycling questions would go to Circular Materials as they are a private service delivery, and then we would field the garbage and organics questions. So that was something that we had discussed internally. However, if council would like us to consider having a shared calendar, then there's certainly enough time to work with Circular Materials on that.
Okay, thanks. I'll take that away. I think I really think there's something there, and again, they'll pay into our cost, right? And then we can cost share that. So I think that's something worth looking into it just a little bit more, but I understand the risk. I think my final question is on the Sandy cans. I think we've already heard that just a month ago we came forward with a report saying we'd maintain status quo for 2026, and the community or our BIA partners understood that there'd be a review and we'd come back with a more equitable approach in 2027 that captured the townships, any downtowns that weren't part of the original program. So I'm wondering if on December 3rd, and maybe there isn't much here, but that we could understand what the implications of bringing that back in to the 2026 budget would look like.
Yes, through the chair, we can certainly answer that on December 3rd, but I believe on the slide, there is a cost. Was there a cost on the slide?
It's about a 120 assumption?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be perhaps understanding how it could fit in, or other reprioritization within the waste management group or within the budget to make that, like, how could we accommodate that without, say, necessarily a levy increase? I think would be helpful information to know.
Okay, we can provide some information on December 3rd.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rodriguez. And I would concur that your request to look into that one shared calendar could potentially be going somewhere positive. So, Councilor Foxton.
Thank you. So, see, I'm already confused because now there's tags for garbage pickup. So that's garbage, which is regional. I'm getting there. You're teaching me. On special days, we did Christmas tree pickups, and we do pumpkin pickups, and is that still going to take place?
Through the chair, yes, that will continue.
Who continues to take care of that? Tell me which one.
So for pumpkins, that is part of organics. So people can put their pumpkin inside their cart, their organics cart, and that will continue. They could also compost it if they like. And the Christmas tree pickup is something that we will continue to do. It is a different service provider that provides Christmas tree pickup.
And as a side comment, farms in the townships usually take pumpkins because the animals like to eat them. So I saw a sign on a farm as I came in and it said, "Please don't bring me any more pumpkins."
I have seen those signs as well. Councilor Gowing.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions. On the garbage tags for extra garbage, I noticed you said it was a $3 a tag. Are we looking at any increases to that, seeing as the cans hold more than the 3 bags that we have been allowing to this point?
Through the chair to Councillor Gowing, we are not contemplating that right now. We wanted to see what the uptake was. We wanted to see how the carts were rolling out first, and to see, if the program needs to continue at all, I guess. We're in the very beginning stages of trying to understand how the new carts and residents will interact and how that will impact our levels of service. But as council can absolutely increase the costs of those bag tags if they like.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just going off of what Councillor Foxton said many times, that if we don't collect it, it ends up in her rural areas. So, okay, so that's something we can take away. Second question is, for the bulky items, have we looked at an on-call system instead of having a truck drive around the routes again to see if anybody has bulky items? So, for instance, if, let's say I can call in and say, hey, can you send somebody to pick up X, Y, Z? And what would that look like? Would that entertain cost savings on that side?
Through the chair to Councillor Gowing, we can certainly speak to our contractor about an on-demand service, as you are referencing. When I worked in another municipality where waste collection and waste was all done in-house, there was that service. However, there was a cost to that service, which I think was about $50 per bulky item, because it was a special request, and it was a special truck that had to go out to that service. So it wasn't fully cost recoverable, but it was in support of having this on-demand, on-call bulky item service. The one thing about bulky item services, as just from my experience in waste management, is that sometimes people will put out an item and someone else will take it before the collector comes. So if we are to provide, like if we were to ask for a fee to pick up bulky item, people get quite upset when they pay a fee and we don't pick it up because somebody else has picked it up. So it's So it would be something that we can definitely look at, but I would suggest it'd be something we can look at for the 2027 budget as opposed to this one. There's pros and cons to both systems.
Yeah, I wasn't really looking to say that we'd charge them a fee as an on-call service, but more of, would it be cost saving instead of having a truck driving every street to see if there's something out there? Maybe they just go to certain houses that call in and there's a list that they pick up from, but that makes sense. Yeah, I think that's just something that we could explore to see if there's savings on that side.
We may be able to bring that back for December 3rd.
Okay.
I will speak to staff.
Perfect. And then final question on the circular materials using our facilities at approximately $242,000 annually included into the budget. If it's a provincial initiative, I don't see why we should be paying that. Maybe that should be charged back to the province or circular materials to cover those costs because we are asking commercial companies in our area to use our facilities, you pay this. And we're saying here that while circular materials can use our facilities, but we are paying for it. I can't, I struggle with that. I don't know if there's a comment to it or what, but that's kind of
I
where
thought
I'm
that was a
feeling.
question, so I'll let an answer be
Sure.
had. I don't know if somebody wants to comment on that.
Yeah, certainly.
Clarify.
I just, as a point of clarification, I understand what you're saying, and I tend to agree from a financial perspective. From an environmental perspective, this is where we're coming forward as professionals to say, if we want to maintain our landfill space, we may want to consider continuing with public drop-off facilities for recycling. But I do understand from what you're saying from a financial perspective. So this is really a decision of council and a level of service they want to fund for the community as it relates to our landfill and diversion in general.
Satisfy.
No, but that's fine.
We got quite a speakers list, so maybe there's an opportunity to speak to Commissioner Rose later on that one. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I will actually pick up on that because that was one of the questions I also had. Can you just explain, I guess I'm confused with it being circular materials. If we're providing public drop-off of recycling, well, what exactly is that fee? Are we then hiring our own staff to continue doing our own recycling, or is it circular materials is then collecting that from there and we're just letting them use our space for free?
Thank you, Councillor Salonen. It's a really good question about how we run our operations. So we, at the public drop-off, we have a bunch of different bins that people can go around and empty their vehicles into whatever bins. So it's not extra staff time because they're already there helping with divert with the other pieces. So there's no impact that way. What Circular Materials has done is said that they will provide us, I think it's around $58,000 or $60,000 to support the cost of this service if the region continues to do it. So, so I guess you could say that's part of their skin in the game from a financial perspective. But as I had said to Councillor Gowing, to council in general, this is really just, we're just mindful of the entire process of waste management, is that eventually it all ends up in the landfill and we want to preserve that space. So that's why I say this is something that we wanted to just talk to council about and give you some more detailed information so that you can make a decision on what you would like to do in this particular instance.
Okay, with that, did we ever get the math back from the minister as to how we were saving money with circular materials?
Through the chair to Councillor Salonen, I have not seen that letter.
Okay. All right, I will leave that for the time being. The other question that I had, and I don't know if it's right now or in the fees and charges bylaw, but I know I'd mentioned a while back about how can people purchase additional carts for the cart system. I've continued to have more questions from residents about that. I was curious, I know you said that you guys would look into that, if you had a report back or information, because I kind of would assume that would be part of fees and services, as a user fee charge if you wanted to purchase another one.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Salonen, I have received that question too many times. And what we want to do is we don't want to presuppose that people will need extra carts. We want to see how they do with the carts that they have. We're bringing a report and then assess. We're bringing a report back to council in the fall of 2027. Oh, 2026. I forgot what year I was in for a second there. Fall of 2026 to talk about the carts and if we do need to implement fees for those carts if people want to purchase extra carts.
So I guess I would ask, just based off of the volume I've already gotten, and part of this is because Wilmot has started to receive their bins, particularly in our rural properties. It's really the green bins in particular, which I think is important, as we just talked about waste diversion. People have already expressed that they know that they will need additional. So could we look into what that fee would be and look into having that service ready to go versus waiting and continuing to get more complaints about a service decrease, and have that option available, but obviously not give it to them freely, but have that option ready for when I know inevitably I will continue to hear more concerns about it.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we know how much that would cost, so we can have those figures available for December 3rd, and if council would like to add them to the user fees and charges bylaw, it's quite easy to, I'm sure, easy to do that, yes. So we'll have that information for you ready to go.
That's great, thank you. And the only other thing I would just add, I also agree, one calendar location would be really important, and also have already been asked, actually by my staff in Wilmot who deal with Frontline, if that's how it's going to be, because they've said it would be a lot easier to deal with people who come in with questions when there's one calendar. You can have circular materials and then our number, but having it all in one place, I would also be supportive of seeing, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nowak. Where he is? Oh, here.
Yeah, with regard to the large item pickup, the bulky item collection, I'm wondering if I could get some sort of information with regard to the potential risks and savings if we were to cut that back even further to twice a year, possibly spring and fall. In talking with people that I know in other communities, you know, this service isn't, you know, throughout Ontario or anything like that. Do we have comparators? Do we know where this is happening in other areas as to you know, how often they're picked up? With 12% only taking advantage of this, I'm wondering if now with the larger cart, whether some of this stuff can't go into the larger cart anyway. So I'd like to know what it would, what we could save by going back to twice a year collection.
Yep. So through the chair to Councillor Nowak, we can absolutely talk to our contractor about what that would look like to go to twice a year pickup for bulky items. And
I could have that by the December 3rd.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't mention that part.
Okay. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would, I think, prefer 4 times a year, if you want to check that one out, because couches will not fit into even those big carts, and they would end up in landfill and, you know, anyway. But my question is about carts, and I'm getting lots of complaints, but one of the things I'm finding is, can we encourage our contractor or us to set up a place where those who have ordered a small container or cart and were given a large cart can exchange the cart? Currently, they're being told they can't, even though it was the contractor's mistake or ours, and that they have to wait 6 months. And that's where I'm getting a lot, even the people who didn't fill in the form and, know they're going to have a storage problem. They can't get a different cart for 6 months. Even things like, you're saying we can't buy an extra cart for 6 months, that kind of thing. I think that's what's driving the constituents that I'm hearing sort of a little over the top. So especially the people who actually filled in the form, did everything right, I don't think they should be penalized. And many of them are saying if there was a place to go, they would happily exchange the cart. And I think we should be obligated to make sure that happens, that the people who actually ordered a small cart get a small cart for March, not 6 months later.
So through the chair to Councillor Wolf, the reason why we said 6 months is we want to complete the full delivery of all the carts in one go, and then where there's opportunity to switch carts, that will happen after we've delivered all of the carts now. So there could, even though we've said 6 months, it really is just to allow us time to get all the carts out in case there's any problems with delivery. And there hasn't been so far. It's been a very smooth delivery, but we always like to bake in a little bit of time. So there could be opportunity for people to switch carts before March. I don't want you to hold me to that because the full implementation of the carts has not happened yet. So that's how we're dealing with this. We want to make sure that people have the carts that they want.
Yeah, I would really encourage the people who actually can prove to you they have the number, their receipt number, et cetera, and they're being told it's going to be 6 months. I think we need to reach out to them and say it'll be before 6 months. It might not be next week, but it'll be before 6 months.
Well, I think we could say
March.
it could be before 6 months because we not completed the full delivery of the program. But
okay, but then I don't think the delivery isn't as smooth as you're saying because the number of complaints I'm getting.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes, thank you for that comment. I also wanted to just go back, if I may, Councillor Wolf, just to go back to Councillor Sellon. And did you have any more questions?
I just had one other comment, and that's about the blue boxes. A lot of people are confused. Like when I read it, I can put out 2 blue boxes, or I could put out 4 blue boxes. But people are confused and thinking that they're only going to be allowed 2 blue boxes. 2. This is getting a bit tongue twister here. So I think if we could make, when we're doing some advertising, saying at least 2 recycling boxes, because they can put out more if we don't want to encourage them to do half the recycling they're doing now. That's all.
Thank you. We will bring that up with circular materials. If I could go back to Councillor Salonen's question about cart purchasing. So I mixed this up with a conversation I had with my staff. We were talking about different types of charges for carts. So the one that you're asking for is actually included in the user fee bylaw. So for additional green carts, we've got a charge of $150.
Thank you. Can you just point out what page that is on? Because I thought I had scoured it, but I clearly missed that.
It's on page 4 of the report.
Thank you.
In the table.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much, and thank you to staff for this update. I do think one of the things that collectively we need to consider as a council is that there's certain very key base essential services that the residents of our community count on us for. Garbage collection, emergency services in terms of policing and EMS at the regional level, and a few others. That's fundamentally the key things that they look to us for. And I'll be honest, I'm quite anxious in terms of how this rollout is going to be, because like Councillor Wolf and others, I'm hearing a lot of issues and concerns, and I know we may have had a certain plan in terms of how we want to roll this out, but if we're hearing from people, for example, that they're getting wrong boxes or whatever, clearly that rollout isn't working the way it is, and I don't think we can just look at it in the context of what works for us, but we need to look at it in the context of what looks for the constituent, the customer that collectively we are representing. And so if that means changes in order to accommodate, especially people who have specifically, for example, asked for a small one and got a large one, maybe because they don't have room to store a large one, then we need a mechanism to correct that as an example, and not expect them to wait 6 months. I guess I'm just, in terms of so that's just a starting comment. Because this, I think everyone knows what next year is. I mean, this has a potential of being a very significant thorny issue for the community. I will echo also Councillor Rodriguez's comments on the downtown Sandy Cans. There was a commitment made by regional staff to municipal staff that this would not be touched in 2026, and that there would be ongoing dialogue in terms of the future. So it was a bit of a surprise, and I flagged this in the budget briefings to see this in here. And it is something that certainly I'll be looking, and I think others are, to see change for budget day. On some of these other things that are in here, and again, going back to my my comment around, this is one of the most core services that people look to us for. It just feels like there's a little bit of, for lack of a better word, nickel and diming, trying to, a little bit here, a little bit there, trying to, I get it, we're looking for some savings, but we're looking for them in a fundamental service. And so I'm just trying to understand the rationale, for example, on that, like the double days as an example. Not everybody may use that. I mean, as an example, I live on my own. I pay the same amount of taxes as a family of 7. Who obviously, utilize more services than I would probably utilize. But I'm okay with that. That's part of the society that we live in. But I think, some of those key things, to hear that, the new contract was negotiated with that, I'm just trying to understand sort of how or why that happened.
Through the chair to Councillor Rabinovich, the new council approved the new collection contract to be based on a cart system. Mm-hmm. Because of that, we could not have the double, it's the double up days you're speaking of, not bulky items. We could not have that as part of the contract because double up days would imply bag collection. To do bag collection, we need a separate contract because the trucks for the cart collection are automated where there's a little arm that goes out and it lifts and it dumps it on the top. There isn't a space for the truck driver to get out, grab bags, and throw them in the back. So we need to provide that in a different way. And that's why it wasn't included in that collection contract.
So does that mean we're now going to have, instead of one truck driving around the city every week, expanding GHGs and so on, we're going to have 2 trucks running around the city all the time, causing those issues?
So the double up days, as proposed in the report, would be reduced from every 2 weeks. No, double up days are right now 4 times a year. So, and they're based off of traditional holidays. It's not every week.
But based on what you had just said, who's going to be picking up the tag bags every week?
So that would be a different contractor would be picking up those bags.
So instead of having one contractor that drove around and picked everything up, we're now going to have 2, 3 different trucks driving around? I'm trying to understand.
Well, perhaps what I would need to do is on December 3rd, I will provide you with an exact accounting of how that operation would work for council's consideration.
Okay, I think that would be really helpful because I think council needs to understand that. And if we need to make some, and I realize it's late in the game, but if we need to make some changes, we're going to need to consider that now because, again, if there's probably very few services on a weekly basis that residents count on than this. And we need to get this right, or this is going to be seen as a major fail on the part of us to the residents of our 7 communities. Thanks.
Okay, we've got quite a robust speakers list on this topic. We want to obviously keep moving, but some good questions here. So, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Just to, I guess, reflect on some of the comments that have been made. I think originally we were the first blue box proponent, and the reason we did it was to divert garbage from the landfill. I'm starting to feel like this is going to go backwards because when there's confusion, people will just dump everything into the garbage bin and that's where it'll go. So I think to the extent that we can have all the pickup at least on the same week, if not the same day, I think that will help to eliminate that. I think I had a question about the bag tags too, but you answered that. And I wonder if there's not some way to use a garbage bin with the bag tags. I don't know how that would work. I'm trying to work it out in my mind and it's not working. But, you know, there's got to be some other answers and it needs to be simple and straightforward, even if it's different, or we're just going to go backwards. I did have another question in there. It was about the ICI, because I know when we've made changes in the past in the fees for ICI, especially some of our locals contractors have had a lot of concerns with how their costs go up. And these days we're trying to reduce costs for housing. And so I just wonder if there was any consultation done with the construction industry on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Shantz, we don't typically engage with the construction industry or ICI industry in this case, on the costs. We do look at our municipal comparators, and we do also look at the private industry and what they're charging for transfer stations. So we try to stay in line with what others are charging.
Okay. Councillor Craig.
Just for some clarification, the Blue Box program will have up the 4 blue boxes, and are they picked up on the same day as the garbage, or is it a different week?
Through the chair to Councillor Craig, I believe they said it would be on the opposite day of garbage day, but I will have to double check if that's when the blue box will be picked up.
The opposite day, well, I'm sorry, can you explain that?
So garbage day is every 2 weeks. That's our level of service now. We're not changing that. So on a garbage day will be not a blue box day. The blue box day will not be a garbage day. So it'll switch out every week. So garbage, it'll go garbage, blue box, week after week after week.
Okay. My only concern about all of this, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
through you, to you, Mr. Chair, and I hear the same sort of comments in the community about 4 blue boxes. People are unhappy with the stacking of blue boxes, especially with materials in them. Feel that a lot of this will get diverted to the garbage, or some of it. And the commentary is we're getting less service but paying more money. And that's kind of the comment that's out there. So I'm just going to leave that with you. I wish we had some opportunity to actually negotiate with Circular Materials instead of having them come in and saying, this is the way it is. Because we wouldn't have accepted this process right now that's in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, just to recap, I mean, that is a provincial legislative change. The recycling in Ontario is a provincial change. And so
I understand that.
That option is not available to this council on the terms of that arrangement that's been now put through the legislature. So, you know, residents will need to deal with that part of it through their provincial representative.
Residents will look at City Hall and us. That's who they'll go to, okay? And in terms of pointing fingers, as I'm doing with you, Mr. Chair, right now.
Yes, I see that finger
I
being.
think it's your fault, Mr. Chair.
I see that point. Well, I was there, but I'm trying to think. Anyways, we weren't part of the government that day. So moving on, Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Just to sort of tack on to some of the questions that have been asked, we've known this is coming. This has been negotiated by staff. We know that it's a change, and that's always difficult. I know that Councillor Nowak talked about the bulk garbage days maybe even being less frequent. The question that I really wanted to ask Commissioner Rose is, on bulky garbage days, where does that stuff end up? And if I put it in my garbage bin, is it going to end up in the same place?
Through the chair to chair, yes. It ends up in the same place.
And I guess the only other thing I wanted to underscore is as we look at sort of cost containment and mitigation, there will still be frequent pickups around the university when there's move-in and move-out dates.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Erb, we've got a few folks left still on the list here. I know waste is always a hot topic, especially at budget time. Just want to focus questions on presentation because I know recycling actually wasn't part of that presentation. We've sadly have to move on from recycling because we no longer have the ability to have a say in that one. So, Councillor Erb, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I want to pick up a bit on Councillor Sullivan's question about the public drop-off for recycling. Do we know the percentage, so there's a recycling that's picked up on the curb, and then how much more or how much less is done at the landfill sites? How big a component is that of the recycling program?
Through the chair to Councillor Erb, I actually have that number in the presentation for tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So if you could wait, because I don't have it at the tip of my tongue, if you could wait till tomorrow to see what the tonnage is. Okay,
I'm a patient person. Just want to clarify on when the pickup's up. Now, at the house I live in, the garbage is picked up 1 week and the recycling is the next week, so it's every second week. So we're not talking about a different cycle, are we?
Through the chair to Councillor Erb. So right now, when you put out your garbage, so the way it works now is you've got a garbage organics blue box week.
Right.
And the next week, you have an organics blue box week. So there's no garbage. Garbage is every 2 weeks. Organics and blue box right now is every week.
And that's basically the schedule we're going to be on.
The schedule we're going to be on is now blue box is every other week.
Every other week, excuse me.
And it's on the opposite week of when your garbage is put out. So you'll have a garbage organics week, and then you'll have an organics recycling week, and then a garbage organics, and then a recycling organics week.
Thank you. I think a calendar is a great idea. Like my calendar right now is looking out the living room window, seeing what the neighbor has out, so I know what to put out.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. All right. Jennifer, Commissioner Rose, just to clarify, so organics will be picked up every week still? My green bin every week?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Just a question, I guess, and it's around the bulky items. So I know we're proposed to go to once a month or what have you. Just some of the things I've noticed, and I've heard from residents who are, they're confused about all of the changes. So communication is going to be key. I do support, having that calendar for what it's worth. I think there would be some who'd benefit from a consolidated calendar. With the bulky items, though, and I think we should be mindful too that, and I don't know if this is most neighborhoods, but some that I've been in, there are people who do drive around and pick up bulky items because that is a source of revenue for them. The other thing that I'm conscious of with the bulky items is around some of the dumping that has been happening in neighborhoods and ensuring that somehow that is navigated if we see trends continue, because I do notice that in some areas that goes up, and conscious of university areas and when students are moving back and forth. The other thing that I want to raise in terms of the garbage bins as well, and it has to do with some of the signage on them, Jennifer. And I don't know what a cost would be to this, but I've heard from some rural residents that the bins are very, if they put out their bins at night, it's dark, they can't see, they're worried about that. So things like reflectors and all of that, I don't want to necessarily add to it, but it's something that has been brought to my attention from rural residents around just some of the visuals for them, so they're not hitting them, running into them, and ultimately having an inconvenience to get another one. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jennifer, we had spoken previously at budget time regarding the drop-off of construction waste at those landfill sites, and the fact that there are companies where you can take concrete and have it and get money and it's reground there, and you were going to look into that on how we were going to handle that and whether we were going to refer them and not accept it or so, but I'm not seeing any of that here. Are you going to talk about that tomorrow or now?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Liggett, absolutely, that is something we want to do. Construction, it's C&D waste, we call it construction and demolition waste. We want to look at a way to divert that from landfill, and that's part of the work we're doing through the long-term waste management strategy. It will be part of the recommendations on how we can engage others to either pick up that waste or have a drop-off area for that waste, or in some way partner with them. That is part of the circular economy, and it's 100% on our radar and absolutely something we want to do. In the future, we just need to get the recommendations from the report on those partnership opportunities, just as you say.
Do you have a potential timeline on that?
Yes, the long-term waste management strategy is due to be completed in 2026.
Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Rose, I was visiting Guelph the other day, downtown, in fact, and it was very clean. I noticed they had black carts just like ours and green carts just like ours. They also had blue carts, which seemed a lot bigger than the average blue box. And so I'm wondering, do we have the option to go with blue carts instead of 4 blue boxes? Why or why not?
Through the chair to Councillor Hunick, that's actually a question for circular materials because they would be providing those blue carts. And in the city of Guelph, as I said, well, I didn't say this, it was a previous municipality where I worked, which was the city of Guelph. Recycling services and garbage and organics it was a cart-based collection, so we had carts there already available to residents, and I don't know what was worked out with circular materials with respect to that, but that is a circular materials question on if they would move to carts in the region of Waterloo.
So just to clarify, you are aware that Guelph is using circular materials or maybe not?
I would believe that Guelph is using circular materials, but I don't know for sure as I no longer work there. So, but I do know that they would be having to work with some producer company, and circular materials is the largest one.
Thank you. I can reach out to them directly. I'm just surprised they didn't offer us this option long ago.
Again, we'll refocus our questions hopefully on, on garbage and the presentation. So Councillor Vivanovic.
Thank you. And just further on this, because I want to try to get some further clarity to Councillor James' question. So week 1 and week 3, hypothetically, we will have garbage collection. And week 2 and week 4, circular materials will do yard waste collection. Sorry, not yard waste, sorry, recycling collection. Yard waste is what I want to get to. The green bin, the answer you gave to Councillor James, will be every week?
Correct.
But different than currently, the green bin will also need to include our yard waste, correct?
That is not correct. We do not like yard waste in the green bins.
So yard waste will still be separate?
Correct.
And that will happen during garbage weeks or blue bin weeks, or when will that happen?
We have not changed, through the chair, we have not changed the schedule for yard waste collection.
Okay,
so it'd be the same as it is currently.
Currently it's opposite of garbage week. So if it's opposite of garbage week, that means it'll be the blue bin week, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to just qualify what I'm saying until we see that operational plan for how all this collection is going to work that we'll provide to council on December 3rd, just so that I don't give you any information that's not quite correct with respect to operations and collection.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gowling probably has the last word here, and we're going to move on to user rates.
Just to kind of piggyback off that, can we see what the cost savings would be if we did organics on the same week as garbage and not every week? Because if we're having bigger bins and the opportunity to buy other bins for organics, can we see what it would cost savings be instead of sending a truck out every week to get it with the garbage weeks?
Through the chair to Councillor Gowing, the trucks that we are the trucks that are being used by the contractor have the ability to collect for both carts. So it can switch back and forth if it needs to. So the trucks themselves are quite sophisticated in that manner. The big cost for organics actually comes from processing the organics, not the collection. So we may see a decrease. So this could be what happens. A scenario I am painting for you is we could see a decrease in organics because people don't like to use organics. Some people don't like to use organics on a weekly basis due to the smell or things whatnot that are in an organics bin, the rotting food. So some of them don't use it at all. If we moved it every 2 weeks, we might find some people using it less. Those organics would then end up in the waste stream, which would end up in our landfill, which causes increased methanes because it's the decomposition of organics that's causing the methane GHGs that are coming off of our landfill. So it's the way we have the collection system right now is optimal for many different reasons. One is diverting from landfill. The GHG emission piece is really important from a climate perspective, and also the use of the contracted service we have for the processing of organics. And then, as I said, the trucks themselves can accommodate 2 types of diverted materials at the same time.
Okay, so on the recycling trucks, they can take the organics. It's not a separate truck going out.
Through the chair to Councillor Gowing, recycling is picked up by Circular Materials, and they have a different contract for that.
Okay, so it is a separate truck. Okay.
Sir James.
Okay, thank you through you, Chair Harris, and thank you again. So I have really deep concerns about how expensive this is just based on the types of services that are being offered. I don't know if there's any way to streamline this. And Commissioner Rose, this is for you as somebody who works in business. Are we signing their contract or do they sign ours?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Does who we have our negotiations with for our garbage pickup, do they sign our contract or do we sign theirs? Because that has an impact on the cost for everything. And I think residents, I mean, as Councilor Urbanovich said, garbage collection is something that it's near and dear to people's hearts, and it will pay for convenience. But I think we need to understand exactly how there's value for money in the way in which this service is being delivered. And I know that sometimes this could mean who's signing whose contract. So we're making negotiations, or are they bringing stuff to us, or are we saying this is what we want, and this is what, and based on that whole procurement process.
Through the chair to Councillor James, if I understand your question correctly, we let out a tender, an RFP for waste collection, and it's bid on by several different companies that can do that work, and then we go through the procurement process to select the one that meets the region's needs the best. Was that the question?
So so then that means we would have put out something that said garbage is every other week. Our green bin is going to be every week, and it's all with the same contractor. So I'm trying to make sense about how we can streamline this, or how they should be more aligned. It just seems like you've got all of those trucks on the road and thinking about climate goals and all of the which ways, we're trying to reduce our emissions. If this is something we would have asked for, or is this, the way in which they do their business, and with other municipalities. So looking at kind of the comparables, because I just see dollar signs here, and I am all for garbage collection, but I think was there any which way to streamline this to save some money? Because trucks going out essentially every day of the week, every week that's a big dollar amount that is on taxpayers.
Yeah, so when we put out an RFP, it is, and we look at the delivery of our waste services, it is to make it the most efficient and streamlined as possible. So we do what we can within our control, which is garbage, organics, yard waste, bulky item, pickup. So that collection is what we do that's within our control, and we streamline those services as much as we can. We have no control over circular materials, what day of the week they pick up, or when they pick up, what kind of carts they use, what contractor they use. That is all on them. They're a private company delivering that service, and we work with circular materials to the point of, we tell them, these are our routes. These are the days that we pick garbage up. And then they can say thank you and work with those or not. It's their business model. So I know it's tricky to wrap our brains around, sometimes for me too, because we're so used to delivering all these services at the same time. However, we are only doing we're doing a large piece of it. Now we're not doing the whole thing with the recycling included. I do think, though, that Councillor Urbanovich asked a really good question on how this is all going to work, and I think that providing that information to you is probably going to make this a lot clearer.
Okay, hopefully I get circular materials is totally, completely separate. We have no control over that. But what we do have control over is kind of what I'm focused on, and and council should be as well. Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, you know what, I would just add myself here, I want to commend, I think, the folks that worked from finance to, I guess, the waste division to come up with some of these suggestions that helps us, provide still good service, because I believe that's what we're doing here in this budget process. Should be commended, because I was very impressed with, for instance, the bulky item day. I mean, I'm looking at, and for those that don't have the calendar, the Waste Whiz app is one that I encourage every resident in the region to download. I know I've got garbage, bulky item, green bin, and recycling tomorrow that I'll have to deal with tonight after council, before 7, of course. But there's a lot of good things in here that I think we're doing. We're making some tough decisions because you're right. Garbage is one of those things that people expect us to do. But when there's low utilization of some of those items like bulky item day and even the Christmas tree program for next year, we won't be able to capture it this year, but perhaps next year, our items are good measures that are balancing, again, the services that people expect and the costs that we have to deliver them. You know, I know people lost their mind, including myself, when the region decided to go to biweekly pickup on garbage. Having a family of 5 or 6, I was like, how are we going to manage? The world is ending. But you know what? That forced us to use the green bin, which I actually love now. And so, you know, the change isn't going to be great. Again, recycling in itself is separate, but hopefully people will make those same habit choices like we did a couple of years ago when we made the decision to go bi-weekly pickup. So that is it for this particular presentation. Again, thank you for that. I know there'll be lots of questions, and perhaps we can pose some of them through email to Jennifer and her staff if there's further clarity that is required. So I'll move on now. I believe it goes over to user fees and rate-related presentation, and I believe, Nicole. Hey, Nicole, hi. Over to you to lead this session of the report. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Now we're going to go through all of the user rates and fees for this round of the budget. And I'm going to start with just highlighting some of the service areas for you. So as part of this 2026 budget process, all of the 300 user fees and charges that are outlined in the report provided were reviewed, and where appropriate, we've proposed changes. Across all of the fees, most of them are changing or are charged to recover costs on specific service requests. The changes that we're bringing forward are mostly the result of inflation to keep pace on cost recovery or contractual obligations. However, there are some that don't align to that. So I will highlight next any program area fees that don't align to that general statement or items that are of high interest to residents. A resolution to repeal the current fees and charges bylaw and the user rate bylaws and pass a new consolidated fees and charges bylaw will be included along with the general budget resolutions on the final budget approval day, December 16th. If you go to the next slide, this is highlighting where there's new fees that we're adding to the budget. So in cultural services, we're introducing new fees for filming administration, birthday party cancellations, community memberships, various room rental provisions, medium and large group general admission fees, increases to archival fees, reproduction to historical image, general admission prices, and rental fees at various locations. The proposed fee changes are to be more comparable with other municipalities. In transportation, Commissioner Spooner went through some new user fees, or mentioned some new user fees. This includes fees associated with the provision of data or information that are partial cost recovery for administrative efforts to provide that requested data. Additional fees have been added related to the work occurring on our regional road network, or inspection of transportation infrastructure that is geared towards partial cost recovery and to encourage the expeditious completion of work to support public safety, minimize traffic impacts, and ensure that our infrastructure remains at our level of quality. The fee associated with freight agreements is under the current market rates and is a partial cost recovery of the region's railway maintenance expenses. In growth, development, and sustainability services, there have actually been a study completed with Watson and Associates to do a comprehensive review of the Region of Waterloo's Planning Act application fees. The purpose of this review was to rationalize and modernize the region's development application fees in light of the revised roles and responsibilities introduced by Bill 23, which was effective January 1st, 2025. This analysis included both direct and indirect costs, as well as fees from comparable municipalities such as York and Niagara. The proposed 2026 fee schedule represents a balanced and evidence-based adjustment and introduces moderate increases in some areas to reflect the staff time and resources required for regional review of development applications, including infrastructure, transportations, and assets such as the region of Waterloo International Airport, while reducing or eliminating fees in other areas where regional involvement is minimal or no longer required under legislation. The proposed framework also allows staff to waive fees where the application does not involve a regional interest or responsibility. It is important to note that this update does not represent a general fee increase, but rather a rationalization of the fee structure to ensure alignment with Bill 23, cost recovery principles, and regional service delivery rules. If you go to the next slide, please. So here I wanted to highlight some of our most used costs, or key highlights, just to make sure the council has full awareness. In the airport, we had in 2025 looked at our airport passenger facilitation fee, and we had lowered that in the 2025 budget in order to enhance airlines' financial stability amid changing market conditions and travel patterns. Over time, the goal is to restore this to the prior rate. Airport fees are adjusted annually, taking into consideration comparator airports. These fees support reducing the overall tax burden on residents. Several fees, including the real estate and airport water maintenance fees, are related to the recovery of increased cost. Our airport's fees remain some of the lowest in Canada in a strategic effort to attract and retain tenants and expand airline service for the community. The proposed increases include passenger facilitation fee that I already discussed, landing fees, aviation fuel charges, real estate fees, airport water, and maintenance service charges. Earlier, Commissioner Spooner went over the proposed transit fare changes. I did want to just reinforce again that the proposed 2026 transit service budget does not include a general fare increase, and the selected increase are based on contractual agreements and align pricing across programs. For waste management, as Commissioner Rose just went through earlier, there are increased fee per visit, general refuge and garbage fee, special handling load rates, and the recyclables or diversion tipping fee. These proposed fee changes are all effective April 1st, 2026. Again, fees were determined based on a scan of local municipalities, local transfer station rates, and to reflect our increasing operational costs. The next thing that we will get into is to deep dive on our biggest source of user revenue, which is the water and wastewater services and the related rates there. So now I'll turn to Commissioner Rose to take us through that.
Thank you very much. So I'm pleased to speak to council about the water and wastewater user rates. If you could go to the next slide. Thank you. So I like to start budget presentations by remembering, why we have user rates and why they're set up the way that they are. So it's almost been 25 and a half years, 26 years, will be next year, when 7 people died in the town of Walkerton and half the town became sick, and that particular tragedy, which happened in May of 2000, started the report of the Walkerton Inquiry by Justice Dennis O'Connor. And really that inquiry and the recommendations from it really guide all the work that we do today. It also impacted public health and the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. And one thing that I wanted to start with is a quote from Justice O'Connor, which says that, quote, "Given that the safety of drinking water is essential for public health, those who discharge the oversight responsibilities of the municipality should be held to a statutory standard of care," end quote. And I like to start budget conversations about this as a reminder to all of us who make decisions on the water system that we are legislated responsible through a statutory standard of care to ensure that water is safe to drink. And this is embedded, all of our work is embedded in the Safe Drinking Water Act and the Clean Water Act. So just as a reminder, which I know you all know, but it's you can never say this too many times. Regional Council is the owner of the region's drinking water system, and you're obligated under the, as a body, you're obligated under the Safe Drinking Water Act to hold a statutory standard of care, as well as individually. And the staff, including myself, are considered the operating authority, and we are also held under that same statutory standard of care. So I just wanted to jump into slide 64, the next slide, and talk about our water system as an overview. So the region of Waterloo is the largest community in Canada that relies mostly 80% on groundwater for its water supply, and 20% of that water also comes from the Grand River. So you can see here on this slide the number of infrastructure pieces we have with the treatment facilities, over 100 wells, pumping stations, etc. The region is set up as a two-tier system for most of the region, except for the townships of Wellesley and North Dumfries, where we are a one-tier system. So we look after the local infrastructure in those two municipalities. Next slide, please. From the wastewater perspective, we also are incredibly complex. We have 13 wastewater treatment plants, 7 pump stations, a biosolids management facility. We do contract out this service to Aqua. The Aqua staff work at the wastewater facilities on behalf of the region. And our facilities can range from very complex to very, 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 very complex. So they are complex systems. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the flows. So we had spoken a little bit earlier about the 4% sustained increase. On the left side, you can see from the annual water flows, you can see that there's a bit of a dip and a decrease, and that is from conservation and when our population was fairly steady. But as you can see, from about 2020 to 2021, you can see like a slight increase in consumption for our water flows. We have the data here as of the date of the publication of this report for 2025, which is why you see a dip. We haven't reached the end of 2025 yet, but the red line projects where we expect to see our water consumption at the end of 2025. And on the other side, on the right-hand side, you'll see the annual wastewater flows, where they're high and then have a bit of dip and they're going up again. This could be a combination of more population or, as I was discussing with Councillor McCabe earlier, inflow and infiltration into our wastewater system. Next slide, please. So one of the main pieces of work for our water and wastewater staff is the water conservation. Because we are a groundwater community, every liter of water we can save is a liter of water that we can put towards growth. So we spend a lot of time and energy and effort into our water conservation programming, and you can see there that we've had really good results per capita, which means per person residential. For 2025, we have 160 liters per day, down from 200. And then from the ICI sector, industrial, commercial, institutional, you can see the savings that we have received yearly through the program that we have for conservation for those. And if council can remember, I think it was last month or the month before, we actually celebrated a beer company for their water efficiency efforts. So I just wanted to highlight that because it's something that's incredibly important to the region and something that we need to take very seriously. And we do. Next slide. The other thing I wanted to bring to council's attention as the owners of the drinking water system are the trends in salt that we're finding in our wells. So you can see from 1973 to 2023, you can see the changes in the wells, and you can see in particular where we have wells and where that salt concentration has increased. This is important because there are minimum standards for chloride in water because it has some public health impacts and health impacts in general. So the way the region is managing this right now is we're taking wells that are impacted by salt to a larger extent and mixing it with water from wells that are less impacted or not impacted. And that's how we're dealing with the salt usage or salt in our wells, that's showing increasingly in our wells right now. This trend hopefully doesn't continue, but we are working with the province. Well, we did advocacy with the province at Roma, Chair Redmond and myself, and CAO Getsky talked to the Ministry of the Environment about salt and what we can do about it. And I know that a lot of municipalities are really concerned about salt, and the industry as well. And we also work with Commissioner Spooner's team on reducing salt usage for our winter maintenance activities. Next slide, please. So this slide is really talking about our infrastructure in a macro level way. So what you're seeing here is our optimal spend needs and what we need to keep our infrastructure in a state of good repair. So one of the items in the Safe Drinking Water Act is that owners of drinking water system and operating authorities work together to ensure that our infrastructure stays in a state of good repair to ensure safe drinking water. So this slide shows you that the current asset valuation in water and wastewater is $4.7 billion. So that's how much infrastructure that the region of Waterloo owns. The dashed red line is where we should be spending money and focusing on funding infrastructure renewal. The green line is just to maintain performance needs, and the black line is what we're doing right now. The blue bars are a little confusing because they're a model projection of our current spending needs. So for clarity purposes, I would suggest you ignore the blue lines right now. Those are projections based on our available funding. But I just wanted to show you that this chart is essentially saying that we're not, based on the latest asset management plan, we're not investing in water and wastewater infrastructure as we should be according to the asset management plan. Slide 70. So this slide here is about the long-range financial plan. So it was in September, we brought a report to council on our long-range financial plan that was recently completed in order to support the renewal of our drinking water license. And in that plan, it indicated a proposed rate increase over 10 years. And in that plan, we asked the consultant to look at what would our future needs be with respect to capital renewal based on what we were learning through asset management and our operation and maintenance needs and looking at growth. And they came up with a suggested and proposed plan for us to consider for long-range financial planning. So council did approve that long-range financial plan, and it was sent to the ministry, and our permit was renewed, which is great. So I wanted to talk about this because that financial plan forms the basis of the water and waste, well, in this case, the water rates. So go to the next slide, please. So the water rates from the long-range financial plan have a 5.9 increase for 2026, which is what we had shown to council last year in the 2025 budget, and then it shows a 7% increase year over year for the next 9 years. That 7% is due to the information we found in the asset management plan, due to the fact that we have an infrastructure gap, due to the fact that we're not funding infrastructure renewal projects to what we should be according to the asset management plan. So that takes into account reserve contributions, operations and maintenance needs in the future, because as we grow, our infrastructure is going to grow. We're going to take more, we're going to build more treatment systems and pipes and pump stations and other things. So that's what that 7% entails. And it also entails removing renewal work from debt. So as the CFO Steffler has talked about affordability and debt usage for renewal projects, we're trying to get away from that. And from a water perspective, it's a really prudent financial strategy as well, because we don't want to be in a situation where we have a failing piece of infrastructure and we don't have any money to fix it. So that's where the 7% comes from. And what I would like to also remind council, or for those who are new, the 7% is really for the forecast is only a guideline. So every year, every year my staff do a 5-year actuals analysis of all of the funds that we need in order to meet the Safe Drinking Water Act requirements. And oftentimes we can find efficiencies, or we can find better ways of doing work. We can find technologies so that it's not actually 7% that we then present to council. So every single year you're going to see a number that we're using this number 7% as a guideline, but it may not be that number that we present to council. But 7% was what we needed to provide to the ministry to show commitment by council to continue to fund the region's drinking water system. And then for the wastewater rates, it's the same idea, where we have a 5.9% increase for 26. These are wholesale rates, by the way. This is what we sell to the area municipalities, except for North Dumfries and Wellesley. And then a 7% increase that is to to put money into our reserves for future infrastructure renewal costs, and then 5.9% in 29 and 3.9% then after that. So as I say, everything but 2026 numbers are forecasted that will then be annually reviewed by staff as part of the annual budget process. Is there any more slides? I don't think so. So yeah, I'm happy to take any questions about water and wastewater rates.
Okay. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. My question is actually for Director Neal. At the beginning of the presentation, Director Neal, you mentioned community memberships. I think these are with respect to the museums. I think they sound exciting, and I just want to know who they're for, who benefits, and how we get one. Do you have...
Through you, I'm actually not familiar, through you, Chair Harris, I'm not actually familiar with that particular innovation. So perhaps what I could do is offer you an email update as soon as I consult with our museum manager.
Sure. Okay. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time for my next question, but I had a question with respect to the increase of the key replacement fee, which I think has to do with Sunnyside, but that didn't come up in this presentation. Is that now or later, Commissioner Sweeney? So I think the key replacement fee is changing from $75 to $150, and I just want to clarify the need for that. And like, it's a significant increase. So just checking.
Certainly. Councillor Hunick, through you, Chair, if you would be amenable for me to just have a conversation with my team at Sunnyside. Unfortunately, there's nobody available for the rest of the afternoon. Julie's not available. So can I get that for you tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. I apologize. Thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. My first question actually is to probably Commissioner Spooner on the new transportation fees. I'm really encouraged actually to see that we have this new fee schedule. I think we've seen a lot of instances in recent time as we intensify where developments have taken over our roads for perhaps longer than we want for no cost. And I'm also really happy that there is a proposed surcharge for newly constructed roads, because we know that when we start digging into our roads that are brand new, it makes them wear a little bit quicker. On the proposed work permit for sidewalks, paths, trails, and closures, could you just confirm if that also includes cutting? Because for roads, it says road cut fee, and then for the others, it's closure. Could you just confirm if both are for closures and cutting?
Through you, Chair. Councillor, I'm going to take that one away and just make sure for you. I was looking to see if I had a staff member in the crowd. I do not, so happy to take that away.
There's a hand to your left, if I may.
Oh, I do have a friend here. More than I know. Mike Henderson, Director of Transportation, please.
So through you, Mr. Chair, yes, they are different, Councillor Rodriguez. So the intention of the road cut inspections is to ensure quality control on the road cuts. We don't own a lot of sidewalk and trails, so we don't expect there to be much in terms of that additional revenue coming in. The road cut fees were of the intention to ensure quality control at the beginning of the process and at the end of the process. It's quite a serious problem, actually, with road cuts that are built incorrectly.
And so, then thank you for that clarification through Chair. So for the roads, is it also a $500 per day closure fee? Is that the intent?
No, the $500 would be the road inspection fee.
So that's a road inspection, and then the closure is $12 a day just for closing it, even though if we've passed it on, the asset onto the area municipality, the trail or the sidewalk, is that, or are those trails and sidewalks in our?
We do own some trails. Most of the sidewalks are owned by the area municipalities.
So this wouldn't apply to any sidewalks that would go to the area municipalities?
No.
I see. Okay, let me give that some more thought. Thank you. And then for Commissioner Rose, sorry, on the wastewater fees, could you perhaps comment on how much of the increases in demand that we're seeing both on water and wastewater could be attributed to the region's removal of the pen on a regional official plan, and growth that is occurring outside of our coordination?
Through the chair to Councillor Rodriguez, it would be difficult to comment on that. The information that we have is based on the past. So the official, I'm looking to my colleague, Commissioner Regier. I'm not sure, was it this year we lost planning authority? Yeah, maybe you'd be able to answer this question better. We just haven't seen changes based on that yet, is what I would say. Would that be correct, Commissioner Regier?
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. The impact of long-term development trends outside of the framework that was put together through the regional official plan have not yet been felt in the system. Council will recall that when the region became a region without planning responsibility, the regional official plan, as was approved by the province, became the official plan for the area municipalities. So I know that all the area municipalities have been in the process of incorporating those long-term planning policies into their own official plans and making adjustments to them through their own processes. I think it'll be some time before we can see whether or not these changes have an impact on the protection of groundwater. But we do have a strong signal from the area municipalities that they're as concerned about the protection of groundwater as the region was, and so I think in the fullness of time we'll be able to demonstrate that.
No, that's helpful. I think, and through you, Chair, I just want to make sure, like, if that number reflected some type of forecast or some type of anticipation. Sounds like not at this time, and we'll probably in five years or more, we'll have a better sense of what that looks like. Thank you.
Well, through the chair, just to clarify, our water supply strategy update will be forecasting those flows for us. So when that is brought back to council, you will see what the forecasted consumption is with all the changes that have happened with respect to the last couple of years and what the province has decided through legislation. We have incorporated all of those changes into the water supply strategy and also the wastewater treatment strategy.
Okay. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, if we could go back to page 61, which is the rates, and I just wanted to make the comment that, let me get there first, they seem extremely high, and it's justifiable, the types of things that we're doing. The refuge and garbage, $18 to $120 from $18 special handling loading, $36 to $240, asbestos, $40 to $425, and recyclable diversion, $31 to $82 isn't as bad as the others. The problem I have with it is, and I understand it, that these are, some of them are asbestos, especially harmful. I think people will, businesses are struggling. So if they're going to pay $425 to get rid of it, they're going to dump it in the highways and the roadways. I don't think they're going to I don't think they'll take that much of an increase, unless I'm reading it wrong. Am I reading it wrong? I am reading it wrong. Good. Tell me good news.
So through the chair, that's an increase of $18 to $120, or an increase of $36 to $240.
So I'm reading it right. It's going up to $240 from 36.
But it's not going from 36. It's going from what 240 minus 36 is, which is what? 204. So it's going from 204 to 240.
Excuse me. It's up $36. Now I understand. Okay. Yep. My next question was, Jennifer, and just a comment again. I think I was reading in a document that wastewater has had a good, shall we say, reserve? There's been a good uptake in funding, which we should do because we need that money there. But it has been positive, right? Didn't I read that we were a couple million up in both?
Yeah, so through the chair, our water reserve is in good shape, but it is not to where we need it to be for the renewal work that's been identified through the asset management plan. So just to give you an example, I have some information here. Right now, the asset management plan is recommending that we make an investment of $96 million a year into our water and wastewater infrastructure, and we are currently making a $61 million investment per year. So those investments come from the reserve. So even though our reserve for water is in pretty good shape, it needs to be in better shape in order to meet these renewal infrastructure needs.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Vanovich.
Thank you very much, and thanks to staff for this information. On the water rates, wastewater rates, I'm wondering what level of conversation we've had with area municipalities around this, because it's my understanding that the numbers that have been shared previously with them has been 4.9% in the forecast. And so this is quite a substantive change, and one that will also impact area rate budgets as well.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, we did meet with area municipalities to provide them with the results of our financial plan.
Okay.
In September.
Okay. I'll follow up on that separately then. The next question is, how much do we consider affordability in looking at these rates? I mean, I think without question, there's not a single person, either elected or staff around this horseshoe, that doesn't consider the importance of providing safe and clean water as a priority for all of us. But we also need to balance that with affordability and as we go forward. And so I'm just wondering how much we look at that and base that in the forecasts that we have in front of us.
Through the chair to Councillor Vanovich, as the operating authority, my responsibility is to provide council with the forecasted rates, working with a consulting company based off of basically three things. One, operation and maintenance of future and existing and future infrastructure, our compliance needs, and any capital renewal work. So the Safe Drinking Water Act doesn't speak to affordability. My job as a professional in water industry, as the operating authority, is to provide this information to council as the drinking water owner. We are not obligated to provide the affordability piece to council, but I think that is something that certainly members of council can speak about with respect to the water and wastewater rates. So I guess it's a very kind of dry answer to we have legislation that says you must consider these things when you're creating a financial plan. As the operating authority, you must communicate to your owner of the drinking water system, which we do through budget time.
Okay. The next question, I guess, alongside that, as I'm trying to focus on questions and not make any comments, is as we go forward on this, one of the areas that we can go to for funding is what used to be the gas tax and then was the Canada Community Building Fund and now is whatever it's called. What percentage of the infrastructure budget in water and wastewater of the infrastructure dollars comes from that fund?
Through the chair, I'm going to have to, I don't believe any money comes from that fund because is it the gas tax? It's just for roads projects, or stormwater projects. But I've looked to my colleagues beside me for funding for water and wastewater infrastructure. It comes from user rates, DCs, and any grants that the government provides that we apply for. Like there was one that just came out called the Housing Equity or Housing Enabling Water Fund or something like that. So we have applied and we receive funding through that. We don't receive any other funding from the province.
Okay, but Ms. Neal, I think, wants to add something.
I was just going to confirm Commissioner Rose's take that we do not have anything significant from that fund in our rate-based services. So there's nothing provincially funded in water, wastewater. We have a very small amount from FCM, which I'm going to struggle to remember what it stands for. But there is not anything significant from that. Gas tax, Building Canada Faster, all of our projects there, for the most part, fall in the transit and transportation portfolios.
But there's nothing in the so folks will recall that when it comes to the gas tax, the region gets 50%, the area municipalities get 50% of it. When that gets, and it's based on population, but water and wastewater infrastructure is eligible. We're just not choosing to prioritize those projects and putting that money towards other projects, correct?
So just from my experience, the only water-related funding I've ever received from the gas tax, or what it's called now, is for stormwater projects because they were considered part of the road. So that's just based on my experience. I've never received funding from that for water and wastewater projects, as it seems to have been always applied to the tax levy, and that's from 3 other municipalities' experience that I have with respect to this. But it's something we can certainly look into and see if we can take advantage of.
Okay, yeah, so I guess what I would hope to come back then on the 3rd or whatever day is, what is the complete list of things that are eligible to be funded by CCBF? And it actually would be helpful to know from the last, let's say, 5 years, how much the region got and what those, how those dollars were allocated each of those 5 years in terms of the projects, so that council has a better understanding of that. Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Harris. I have a question regarding the taxi services. That's my spot today. I noticed that the fee has gone from $50,000 to $6,000 for taxi services. Can you just explain why such a decrease? And if it's for taxis, I'm all for it, but the why behind that?
Through you, Chair Harris. I will request that Tim Brubaker respond to the question as his team did the detailed work on this.
Through you, Chair.
So that is the fee for taxi brokers that have over, I believe it's over 1,000 vehicles, so essentially Uber and Lyft. And it was because there's also there's an increase on the per ride fee that's being proposed to go, I believe, from 11 cents to 25 cents. So as a bit of background, those are the fees that date back to 2016 when the taxi bylaw was originally passed. They haven't been reviewed since because of the pandemic. And so the proposal is to bring up their per ride fees to a similar level as other municipalities, while lowering the broker fee as a nod to the fact that the size of the increase on that. The expectation is still that it will raise around $500,000 in revenue for 2026.
Okay, so then I guess my follow-up to that is then how do our ride-sharing fees compare with other like peer municipalities? And is there an opportunity to increase them further?
So Ms. Hale's just pulling up a slide here. And so I can't read the numbers from here, but as it stands right now, this will bring us in line with a number of others. I believe between our accessibility fee and the licensing fee, we will be at 35 cents in 2026, which puts us just shy of Hamilton, a little higher than Mississauga. But generally in line with other municipalities.
In line with other municipalities, but if we wanted to increase them, could council have the ability to increase them through this budget process?
It's the fees and charges are council's prerogative. So
Okay. In my reasoning behind this, as well as just, these are billion-dollar private companies. And we have a taxi and thinking of support local and thinking about that $10 increase that's proposed. I'm not all for gouging or all that, but at the same time, we have to recognize, there are private companies significantly benefiting from residents and surging and price surging and gouging. So it's something I'll consider to bring back later on, but I think, we're not the highest. London looks like it's 50 cents. But potentially there's an opportunity for council to maybe think about increasing that fee slightly.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I look at the water conservation, the water savings from industrial, commercial, institutional, what's the difference between the water savings versus water consumption under conservation? Because under residential, you've got consumption, but savings under commercial. And then I have a question.
So the differences are that the water conservation measures that residents have implemented on their own, whether it's a low flush toilet or a timer in their shower or other high efficiency machines, are showing that their consumption levels for water are going down. So that's what the first table is showing you. The second table for ICI is showing how much water savings that company or companies, depending, I don't know if that's one or more companies that's in that table there for each year, how much they have collectively saved because they have changed their processes within their own, within their processes within their industry, and the way that they're creating their product has created a savings for them in terms of how much water they use.
So this has nothing to do with whether businesses have closed at all?
Whether this is what?
Businesses have closed.
No.
Okay. So when we look at data centers and we look at the use of water that they have, I know the one that we had started a couple of years in Cambridge is recirculating the same water, and I think they may be the only one that does that. When we look at future conservation, have we taken a look at what is the expected water increase from data centers?
Through the chair to Councillor Liggett, we haven't specifically looked at data centers at the moment. However, what we do, like specifically, but we do have a program where businesses, even new ones that are coming to the region, can meet with our staff to talk about water efficiency programs that they can build into their processes. So whether it's water reuse or gray water reuse or something like that, our staff are very eager to meet with the new businesses that come into the region to support them in any way they can so they can reduce water use. So this data centers or any other company that is interested in working with the region are quite welcome to meet with our staff to talk about how they can reduce water use in their processes.
So we're not looking at future. When we look at, that's up to them to come to us, then we're not looking, and when we rate what's going to happen, project into the future, we can't tell then with data centers. Is that correct?
I think Acting CEO Getsky wants to answer.
Yes, thanks for your question, Councillor Liggett. I think with the emergence of data centers, the changes in technology around data centers, that's a conversation we've started to have with Waterloo EDC as well, to try to see how can we develop some criteria around hosting data centers to make sure they're more like the one on Boychuk Road that you were referencing, that use closed loop systems for cooling and that do not use large volumes of water, given that we are so groundwater dependent. So I would say looking forward, that's a conversation that a bit of a strategic conversation that we're having right now.
Okay, because that's a pretty scary thing happening out there. Can I have a question on another? So could you please tell me what the plan is for the expansion of water treatment plants in Cambridge and why they're not being funded from DC charges?
I'm sorry, Councillor Liggett, if you could repeat your question. It was
Could
about.
you tell me what the plan is for the expansion of treatment plants is in Cambridge? Because the last I heard there was no expansion. So is it still no more expansion? And could you tell me if they can be funded from DC charges?
So the infrastructure for growth will be is part of the recommendations that are going to come out of the water supply strategy update. So if there is a need for expansion or new treatment facilities in Cambridge, it would come out of that study. With respect to whether DCs would fund them, that is, I believe, something that the provincial government has been speaking about. So I don't have a lot of information on that. I'm just going with what we have right now. So what we have right now is that DCs would fund any new infrastructure that is for growth.
Unless they change it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, Chair. Looking at the airport services fees here, can you tell me what airlines that we're comparable to? I understand the point that we want to be favorable and have the nice shiny stamp of people coming to us, but I just want to know, who are we comparing ourselves to?
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris, thanks for the question. The airport's peers in this particular market are London, Hamilton, and Toronto Pearson. We are significantly lower in our passenger facilitation fee than either Hamilton or Toronto Pearson. I believe Toronto Pearson just raised its fees, and it's now north of $35 per passenger. Hamilton would be slightly lower than Toronto Pearson, and London, I think, is now at $12 or $15. So we're lower than all of them, very competitively priced. We did this in order to, we lowered our rate from $15 to $7.50 last year in order to help weather a pretty significant storm in the industry as Canadian travel patterns changed quite dramatically last winter. And now we think it's bringing it back to a
a more sustainable level over the course of the next several years is the appropriate way to support both the passenger and the airline, but also regional revenues. And then, so for the rest of the changes on the fees, like the rental spaces, like the building rates, we were at 35, we're going up to 38 cents per square foot. How do we compare? Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong. The hangar rental, excuse me, it's $5 a square foot. We're going up to $5.50. How do we compare to the others? I will have to, I'll have to ask our airport director, Chris Wood, for the details. However, I will say that whenever we're comparing fees, we're very careful to make sure that we stay in line with our peer jurisdictions, our peer airports. We want to make sure that we're competitive. And I think by and large, our cost profile is pretty good, pretty competitive compared to other airports. But if you'll allow me, I'll consult with Chris on the details and then send you an email, send council an email in response. Okay, I'm just looking at it as a way of us even breaking even, because I know that it's running as a business and it should be self-sufficient. So I just want to make sure that we're not shortchanging ourselves on that side. Yep. As far as the wastewater, it mentioned on, I don't have the slide up here, for the increases, it mentions there will be some debt. I don't like that word, but do you know what that will look like?
Through the chair to Councillor Gowing, we do have projections on what the debt would look like based off of the asset management plan needs. We're going to be doing a more fulsome review of that in 2026 so that we completely understand it. We did look at what we would need to do to increase our wastewater rates so that we don't rely on debt for wastewater renewal projects, and it was in I think it was in the 20% increase range or something. So we want to take a closer look at our costs in 2026 so that we have a better understanding of what that is. We may need to rely on debt simply because I don't believe that jumping from a 5.9 to a 20% wastewater rate increase would be acceptable.
And that's fair. I saw that on there, and I was just wondering what the reasoning was. So I'm great with that answer. So I'm assuming you're going to come back to us next year with a plan to kind of reduce some efficiencies and things.
100%.
Thanks.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but just a comment. The salt concentration map is really bothering me. So I wonder if we can have a report sometime in the next 6 or 8 months on how we can work together with the area municipalities to mitigate that.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much. A quick follow-up question from Councillor James's line of questioning about the licensing fee. I was wondering if we could just ask staff to come back with some modeling and numbers on what a fee increase would look like if it went to 30, 40, 50, and 60 cents. So we get a sense of what that revenue would look like. Thank you. But then my question about water and wastewater rates. Thanks, Commissioner Rose, for the information. Is there numbers that quantify or demonstrate, like, is there a link either in our community or in other communities between increased water rates and increased conservation?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor McCabe, that's a really interesting question. So as we conserve, our cost per cubic meter increases because the cost of running our system increases. So we have found that with higher with higher rates, people do tend to conserve more. But then they come back because the cost of the system's always going up with inflation, and they wonder why they're not saving money on their water bill because the cost per cubic meter has increased. So there is a correlation there. I don't know if any, my network's pretty wide, and I can't think of any municipality that's gone that far in supporting conservation methods.
Okay, just thank you. And I was partly really wondering kind of like what's the sweet spot in there, or is that something that you know through the industry?
Through the chair, I can't answer that question. I'm not sure what the sweet spot would be. Some municipalities have looked at, what does hydro call it? Day use or cost per, you know how there's different rates in hydro for time of day?
Oh, surge pricing, you mean?
No, it's like, during peak times, it costs more to use electricity, and so some municipalities have looked at that as a way for conservation, and I do know that has not proven to be successful. So those that have implemented it, and it's quite difficult to implement, I understand from a billing system perspective, have not realized those conservation savings they had hoped to have seen, because people aren't going to switch their dinner hour for conservation methods usually.
Okay. So. Thanks for sharing that. That's interesting information. And then my other question around the rates, like for the next, I think in your slide it said 9 years. Do you know, or can you share approximately how much of the funding is needed over the next 10 years is needed to build more water and wastewater infrastructure for development that's infill versus what's sprawling outside of the countryside line? Do you have it divided that way?
Through the chair, we don't have that divided that way, but I can speak to staff about our growth projects and where they're located and see if that's supporting intensification or greenfield. I'm not sure I can get that by December 3rd, but I will speak to staff to see if we can do that kind of analysis in detail. Bear in mind that the regional water supply for our region's water support for growth is on supply, which is for a large area, and area municipalities are more focused on the pipes and different, if you're upsizing a pipe in an intensification area, it's really easy to understand that pipe is for intensification rather than running new pipes out to greenfield. So I will attempt to look at our projects from that point of view with my staff and try to get something back on December 3rd.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's would be helpful for us to understand. I see that CAO Getsky.
Just through you, Chair, I think that's, for example, for the whole Breslau area, that's a piece of work that we've done that we're working on very carefully with the township, because we know this is a significant growth node, an expansion growth node for the future. So we know the cost of establishing the network of pipes is much higher than infill, but there's a whole plan around it that's being worked on with the township. So that's sometimes you need, and there we can see this is a strategic growth node for the region, and that's something we're looking at. I think we're getting a better handle on the cost and the impact of the growth there in Breslau. But that's a good example, for example, that we're currently working on to try to see how do we optimize these costs, knowing, for a strategic expansion growth node.
Right, thank you. And I'm really more interested in, where that countryside line used to exist, like what it's costing us or going to cost us in the next, 10 years to build outside of that. Like, I think what you just referenced was always within the countryside line. Oh, it wasn't. Okay, then include it, thank you. But, pardon me?
Yeah, the staging was different, and additional lands were put in, I would say, more short term, so it's just more urgent. Yeah.
Right. I just think would be helpful for us and members of the public to know what the growth is actually costing us, and the further it kind of gets out from this the centralized areas of growth, like how much more this is going to cost us in terms of just building it, but then maintaining it, of course, as well. Thanks.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just looking at the Appendix A for fees and charges, going to page 119 of that. And I do have multiple questions, but I'm just going to go in order of where they are on the pages. Under the cultural services, I was just curious, both for the birthday parties and the specialized tours, what identifies the amount that we charge in those ranges offered? So for example, birthday parties, it's $22 to $35 per person. Specialized tours is $15 to $20 a person. I just want to understand the criteria to know what we're actually charging out of that.
Through you, Chair Harris. I don't have the details of that decision process at my fingertips, but I know that Sarah Monroe is our museum manager, is available, so I'll gather that response and forward it to you. I suspect it has to do with group size, and there are some economies of scale for larger groups, and it may have something to do with that. But I'll confirm by email.
Okay, a follow-up's great, thank you. Under the memberships for family, again, under museums and historic sites, it's $70 a year. I'm just curious why we don't have family sizes associated like we do for entries then into the individual museums. Like families of 4 are a certain price, and families up to 6 and families up to 8 are different prices. So just, and again, that can be a report back, but if we could look at that, because that seemed a bit disjointed. My next one is on room rentals. Curious on the rationale behind not charging for First Nation, Métis, and Inuit community groups. It's not that I don't think that these groups bring a lot of value. However, I know that there's a lot of great community organizations that we don't waive fees for, and I would find it hard to justify to other groups why they wouldn't get their fees waived.
Fair enough. I think this relates specifically to our strategy for reconciliation and attempting to encourage use of the museum infrastructure by particularly First Nations and Indigenous organizations. But you're correct that there are lots of community groups and not-for-profit organizations that would benefit from access. I know that our museum team works to attract all sorts of organizations that fit into our or are supported by our, particularly our reconciliation, equity, diversity, and inclusion strategies. But to your point, I'll see if I can get a more detailed answer for you by email as well.
Thank you. Moving on to the Ken Sealing Museum, it just seemed to be disjointed on the family to adults and their dependents changing to $30 and then having the subsequent charges for families that are new up to 6 people and up to 8 people. I think that should probably reflect more like the Schneider House admissions where it identifies family up to 4 people, then family up to 6, up to 8. So if that can just be updated to be reflective of that. And then I have a few other small ones, but the big one that my staff were also questioning at the township is in relation to the development services. And I understand in the report it identified that you guys went through a review now with the changes in Bill 23 and have removed some changes, added some new fees and reduced some new ones. However, trying to better understand the justification behind each of those and who exactly those charges are going to, because there is an asterisk under some of them saying that area municipality initiated changes won't be impacted by this. So as well as affordable developments won't be impacted by this. That's on page 127. But again, I'm curious for the justification around that. One example that was provided to me, if I can get my computer to load it up, would be, for instance, If there's a zone change application that were to be filed on a regional road, the region may suggest something like a road widening or an entrance to permit a GRT stop. And currently, as set out, the understanding would be that that fee would be $5,000 to provide that comment. But by comparison, at least in Wilmot, for us to do an entire application for a zone change, we do that at just over $6,000, not just a comment on a piece of an application. So trying to understand the justification for those raises and fees, and really we thought that they would be going down as we've just turned into a commenting body at the region.
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris. Yeah, so you're correct that we've had considerable work done by Watson Associates as part of this exercise. I believe that they are available in online to answer any specific questions. Danielle, I might have asked if you could join us at the podium on this. The key principle for the work that Watson did was that we wanted to make sure that the fee structure that we were deploying actually reflected the nature of the work that was required for the particular planning process that we were evaluating, and that they were relatively in line with other peer jurisdictions, and certainly did not exceed similar types of analyses and fees that the area municipalities were using or applying to those processes. So I might get Danielle to respond with a little bit more detail, and then we can ask our consultant to come online to respond directly as well.
Thank you, Rod. Good afternoon, and through the chair, Rod, I think you did capture or Commissioner Regier, the key points in terms of our fee review this year. So in response to the changes in responsibilities introduced through Bill 23 at the beginning of this year, we did make a commitment to our area municipal partners, the development community, I believe probably yourselves as well during the budget process last year, to look at our fees in terms of the changing roles and responsibilities. We did think it was important to bring in a consultant to do this type of work. So we did bring in Watson, who has a lot of experience doing this type of work. And what they actually do is they look at a variety of different factors, which are comparator municipalities, as well as the actual time spent on applications. So in terms of just a bigger picture, there were 14 fees that were eliminated or are proposed to be eliminated through the fee review. 16 are proposed to be increased. 4 are proposed to be decreased, and 1 is proposed as a new fee with regard to the planning-related fees. And we did work with areas, all departments within the region who do have a role within development review. So not only our development planners themselves, but water and wastewater services, about 3 departments or divisions within there, quite a few within transportation, and with the support of finance as well. So in terms of what's being proposed, it is based on actual time spent on fees, as well as indirect costs, so things such as accounting for overhead.
Okay, thank you. I know certainly my staff, and I've heard anecdotally from some others that colleagues were a bit taken aback in the area municipalities on Friday when they received the email information. Beyond that, I would like that council could see the work that Watson actually did with their data and who their comparators were, if that could please be circulated.
Through the chair, we're happy to provide that. In many instances, there's actually justification for higher fees, but we did feel that it was important, given some of the quantum of the adjustments, to consider a phase in. So we can follow up with that.
Thank you.
Councillor Hewnick.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Mr. Brubaker. It's been suggested by a couple of my colleagues that perhaps we could increase the auxiliary taxi fee, which may, in fact, increase accessibility resources, and I'm all for that. But before we go and do that, I wonder if it would be possible and appropriate to circulate the last 1 or 2 reports that the Taxi Licensing and Hearing Committee received, just so we're dealing with the same information.
Through the chair, we can provide that information to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Urbanich.
Thank you very much. And one of the questions I forgot to ask earlier on the water rates, wastewater rates, can we get some of that background information from the consultants we worked with that helped shape the rate proposal that's in front of us, and maybe also a 2 or 3 page summary that we can share with our municipal colleagues as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Rabanovich, the study for the long-term for the long-term financial plan was for water only. The work we did in wastewater was in-house. So in 2026, we're going to do the same kind of work on the wastewater side. Going back to what Councillor Gowing was asking about the debt financing for renewal, we want to take a closer look at the wastewater side as we do on the water side. So as I had mentioned earlier, the long-term financial plan for water is a requirement to renew our license. So they don't look at wastewater, they just look at water for that because we don't have the same requirement from the wastewater side. So I'm happy to, once we do that study, bring that to council and talk about the inputs to that plan as well from the wastewater side. So that's why when I started talking about the rates for future years for water and wastewater, I did put the caveat that those are proposed only, and we need to do some further work, especially on the wastewater side, to ensure that those proposed rates are actually the ones that that make most sense. So for 20, just to be clear for everyone here, in this budget, you're only approving the 2026 rates, which were the same as last year, and the proposed are just information only to be confirmed and verified as we go through the budget process next year on both the water and wastewater side, but we are going to be taking a deeper dive into the wastewater financials, and we're happy to come back to council with those inputs.
Oh, and I can appreciate that, but those numbers are important to your municipal partners, because obviously we shape operating and capital budgets based on that, as no doubt other departments in the region do as well, because we coordinate pipes with roads and all those kinds of things. Having said that, I still go back to my original question, which was, can you please share with us the detail on the water rates? Then, if that's the only report that's available, including a short summary that can be shared, and whatever information staff used at the region to estimate the wastewater rates up until now, prior to this broader report.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question, if you don't mind, going back to the social services. Is that okay? Okay, so currently I believe we have a fund to pay for, help tenants pay for their electricity and their gas bills that they're unable to pay. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, although that's not included here in the services and fees documentation.
Okay, could we get that though for future? Okay, thank you.
Of course.
So, but I noticed there's nothing for unpaid water bills, and I'm wondering why that is, when it puts tenants in a precarious position with landlords when they're looking to remove tenants who are not paying rent and water.
Certainly, I can look into that, Councillor Liggett, to the specifics of that, but I do know in having conversations with the team that our staff who work with tenants are constantly talking to folks about what those specific issues are, and I'm not aware of it being limiting, but I can certainly get back to you if you could give me some time to check into that.
I'd appreciate that,
Okay.
because we're revisiting that whole policy at the city currently, so I'd like to have that information. Thank you.
Certainly, and Councillor Liggett, just so I can confirm, this is for residents living in our regional-owned affordable housing units and supportive housing?
Correct.
Okay.
Or do we offer something for people who are not living in regional housing?
Okay, I would need to get into that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. A question for the clerk, if I may, on the freedom of information request fees. So I understood that they're a legislated, it's a legislated fee, legislated framework that we operate under. We've spoken briefly about this, but the notion of the ability to carve out certain types of FOI requests for certain types of fees that could potentially help recover some of the staff time and costs associated with those requests, including new service areas like transit video footage. Is that something that would be possible or feasible to get a little bit of information on for December, if that's something that could be explored through the budget? You could say no, and I could figure it out in the new year, but if there's any information that we could get for the third, it'd be really
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor. Freedom of information requests are very highly regulated. We do have the opportunity to push some of those to non-FOI requests and recoup some fees through that. There are some that are set up that way, and we're happy to provide the information about the existing ones. I don't think we would have the ability to create any new ones in time for 2026, but we can certainly provide the information on the existing setup for now.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The final one that I had a big question on was page 129 of Appendix A, farmland rent. I was just curious if that is for new farmland rental deals that we're going into, or does this automatically increase for everyone that we're currently renting regionally owned farmland out to?
Through you, Chair Harris, I'd assumed that it was actually just the airport, because I think the airport is the only place where we own significant amount of farmland, but I can't say that with absolute certainty. So, but I know it's primarily for the airport, because we have about the airport areas. I think we rent about 400 acres of farmland to local farmers. So again, I'll ask your indulgence, and our colleagues in finance have an answer.
To just add on, Commissioner Regier, the airport is the only area where we're applying those fees, and it is applying to all of the land that we're renting at the airport.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, that concludes the questions that we have under this section with regards to user fee and rate related questions. There are corresponding reports for today's presentation that are received for information. Are there any other comments or questions that you may have at this time? Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. It struck me as we were going through this today and maybe I just haven't looked at the budget closely enough, but I was just thinking that I didn't see anything in there that pertains to reductions that impact council directly. I know it's probably not a terribly popular thing to say, but I'm just wondering if in this request to get to under 5%, we've also taken a look at the budgets that relate to council's the office of our council. And if there's anything there that could be reduced. I know the numbers would be small, but we're looking at things, very small licenses and things like that. And I just wanted to make sure that this part has been included as well.
Through the chair, so we have reviewed also the council expenditures as part of the budget process. So all of the departments get reviewed. We know for this year, the one change that is in the budget is the council remuneration study that's forecasted in the first half of 2026. So that actually puts things a little bit. That is a bit of an increase to the council budget. Because we're using an external consultant to help with that. All the rest has been reviewed, kind of like all the other. I would say there are few parameters. I know there's some. There's the memberships, things like that we've had conversations in the past and looked at, but there's little that we have control on. But all this has been reviewed. but I'm happy to expand on any specific items if you're interested.
Okay, yeah, maybe I can just talk to you offline. Like, I don't know, there's snacks, food, things like that. Like, I know we come here and we spend long days here and things like that, but just wanted to make sure that everything's on the table. Thank you.
I would say that based on lunch that we had today, we're pretty skinny on our food budget. So I would say, Councillor Verbanovic.
Yeah, thanks. Just on this issue of a council remuneration review, is that something we've given direction on already? Have we? Oh, okay.
That would have been back at the beginning of well, to pull the report, but there was a direction given that it would be done in this particular mandate of council prior to the next.
Okay.
That would have been done actually the beginning of, if I remember it vividly actually, this was done at the very beginning of the term because of the situation that the previous council found themselves into. And that was one of the first items after the election that was done to roll back the previous council's decision on this and to commence, a review in this term that would come into effect the following.
Okay, that's fine. I'll wait until the review then. I certainly have some thoughts about that at this point in time. And
I mean, that, obviously that exercise or work would happen and a report would then come back for this council's consideration. So nothing would be done until that exercise happens. So council will still have a say on obviously that direction if that's where you're going with. But I mean,
yeah, I mean, to be clear, I think that as regional councillors, we're adequately remunerated, and I know others may have a different point of view on that, but we can have that conversation when that comes. How much will this report cost?
Through the chair, there's $50,000 in council's budget for that project.
Okay.
50,000.
So council could potentially still give direction, or have you already put it out to tender?
So it hasn't been put out to tender. We don't have the budget approved for it yet. This was originally in this year's in the 2025 budget, but was removed with the decision from council at the end of the budget process to lower consultant costs. So it was put off to be done in early 2026.
Okay, so it's something we could look at in budget time if council was so inclined.
Sure, there were in fact two options earlier on that was provided. One, to use a committee of community representatives that would likely come at no cost, or a cost to council of $50,000 for an outsourced firm. And council at that point, which includes the folks here, chose to adopt that. So if they want to change that, then that is obviously a prerogative of this particular council going forward as part of the budget process. So
for sure. Okay, thank you. I mean, obviously a lot's changed in 3 years. A lot's changed in 8 months since, or 9 months since things happened south of the border. So something we can all consider. Thank you.
Sure. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I'm picking up a bit on Councillor McCabe's comments. I'm curious, and I get there would probably be a policy component to it, but I'm looking from a budget perspective. For council members going to conferences, some municipalities have like a rotation on who can go to conferences, so not everybody's signing up for every single one. And I mean, I know AMO is well over $2,000 a person to go, depending on where it's also located, there's additional costs. So perhaps that's an area that we could look at and consider looking at a different policy as to how we can share, I guess, conference costs. But if that's maybe something staff could bring back some more information on.
Yes, we can do that. So there is a policy. We can bring it back. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Craig.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've raised the issue before, but we are supposed to at some point get an idea of the cost regarding the new hospital and an outline of when this is happening. And I'd asked that this be done before the end of the budget process. Can you bring us up to date where this is going, what's happening?
Through the chair, I can start, or, I mean, Chair Redmond, I know you part of these conversations today. The conversations with Waterloo Region Hospital Network and Cambridge Memorial Hospital are advancing, so they've been working together. Right now, they're actually working on trying to bring back a response to council, as you had approved a general motion, which covered a number of different items. On the specific cost piece, today they have not provided us with a cost estimate yet. They have not been able to stabilize their cost estimate, and they are not expecting to be able to bring this back before the end of the year.
They're not expected to bring it?
They're not, no, they will not bring back an estimate of the cost before the end of the year.
All right. It's just my only concern, Mr. Chair, is that, you know, I get kind of these snippets of information from community members about what's going on. And I think it would behoove the hospitals to, as soon as possible, bring us up to date, and also the associated costs that will come to the community with regards to a new hospital. So it's a matter of public information and direction about where we're heading in terms of health issues and the costs for that within the community.
Councillor Foxon.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, getting back to the remuneration, as I recall, we said that we would do it in the third year. We sort of missed the date on that. And we also said it would not impact this council. It would impact the 2027 council, 26, 27 council. So I just wanted to make clarification of that. Thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a brief question of clarification on Councillor Craig's inquiry about the hospital. So just to be abundantly clear, we were at one time expecting a community share request to come that will not impact at this time, based on what we know right now today, will not impact the 2026 budget or not be part of it.
Through the chair, and already just to be clear, it's not part of the budget itself, so it's not a regional expenditure. It would be a levy system that's outside of the budget process, but we are not going to have any numbers by the end of the year.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, that's all the questions that we have. We do have, I think at this time, we're going to take about a 5-minute break. It's 3:04 now. We don't have public, well, we have a closed session that we need to go into, but earlier on, Councillor Craig did indicate that he would bring forward a motion. I'm going to allow him an opportunity to consult with the clerk staff to get it up on the screen. And in the meantime, we're going to take a 5-minute break, 6 minutes, 3:10. We'll be back. And we'll go back at this particular motion for Mr. Craig, and then we will head into closed session prior to this evening's public input meeting. But colleagues, since we are here, and there has been a request as well, we are going to roll right into capital, the capital agenda, to take advantage of the time that we're all here together prior to the public consultation meeting tonight at 6. So we'll break for dinner, a skimpy one, I'm assuming. And we will get everybody fed and be back for 6 for public input. But let's go for a break now. Councillor Craig, if you want to confer with clerk staff, and we'll deal with that motion, head to closed.
So is it 6 minutes, 12 seconds?
Yep.
Then come back, and Councillor Craig is going to bring forward a motion to discuss.
Correct.
Then we're going to go into capital.
Closed. We're going to closed. And then if we have time left over, we are going to, if time permits, we're going to roll right into capital prior to breaking for something to eat prior to the public input, okay? We're going to maximize all the time we have with you today. Get the biggest I'm going to head over to Councillor Craig to introduce his motion, and then we'll look for a seconder on that with discussion. So, Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. You're putting the motion up.
That's fine. I don't care. I know it's on some of the screens, so maybe if you don't mind reading it, Councillor Craig, and then giving some
I'll
background.
read it. That staff be directed to provide council with options to achieve a 2026 operating budget, excluding police services, with a property tax increase of 3% to be presented on December the 3rd, 2025. Okay? Go ahead.
Do we have a seconder for this? Seconded by Councillor Vivek. Okay, discussion. I don't know, introduction of the motion.
Want me to speak to it?
Yeah, please.
All right. You know, I don't for a minute in this room think that anybody doesn't care about what's happening. We all do. And we're all conscious of the community and what's happening out there. And I spent a lot of time, like a lot of you, talking to people and dealing with issues that are happening within the municipality of Cambridge. And the word affordability comes up consistently. It comes up consistently with members of the public. It's in the news media all the time, and it's something that we're all aware of. But it's the impacts that I think that sometimes we are not quite sure of. That's why I've asked also that as we go through this budgetary process, that in fact we have a presentation on the affordability issues within the regional community, which would include everything from availability of renting to food insecurity to who's being impacted the most, and these kind of considerations to be part of what we're talking about. I understand, Mr. Chair, in our discussions that there is a secondary list of options that have not been presented to council that were part of the staff deliberations that could be considered as perhaps another way of looking at reducing this budget. I would prefer us in the next 3.5 weeks, staff go ahead and do this and make presentations. It's a better methodology than ending up in budget day with cuts here, cuts there, and everybody off in different directions. And I'm looking for a more meaningful impact. So, Mr. Chair, I'd ask council to consider the request. I think it's quite doable. I think we can reduce this budget. I think we must reduce this budget. I think it's important that we do it. So I'll leave it with members of council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Harris. And I actually want to move an amendment, and I've spoken to Councillor Craig about this, and actually CSUs see that report come back with options that would also take us to 2.2%. Consistent with the rate of inflation. I just, I want to give this some context, and I recognize, as I think all of us do, that this is a very challenging budget year. We've had some challenging budget years up until now, but I also recognize that affordability is a big issue. Many people in our community are not as fortunate as the folks around this horseshoe and are really struggling. And when we look at what our experience has been, the 5-year average increase for Ontario CPI has been 3.7%. The 5-year average increase at the region has been 7.13%. There's a big gap there, a big delta. And so, I get it. We have a different basket of services than CPI. But I think we need to get back to basics. And when I say that, I also look, that even some of the things that are basics have been proposed as potential cuts, which is a concern for me as well. And so I think we need to have a fundamental conversation around some of these things. I think we owe that to the community. And I hope that council can be supportive of getting that information, and then we'll have that discussion and debate in the subsequent budget days and on final budget day in December. So I would like to move the amendment that we also include things to take us to 2.2%.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the main motion to reduce the overall tax with a property tax increase of 2.2. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Craig?
Yeah,
I guess.
yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm fine, second.
Okay, I've got a seconder for Councillor Salonen then. Okay, so we'll have an overall debate now technically on the amendment at 2.2. We'll go through the same speakers list that we've got, assuming that there's a discussion relatively on both, but we'll have a vote on the amendment first. Councillor Gowling.
Thanks, Chair. Did staff say that they already looked at a 3% budget, or did they go right to 5%? I just want to see what the activities, let's use that term, will look like for you guys to bring back a 3% budget.
Yeah, through the chair. So we went through a 6-month process. We gave people a target of 3% because we knew, as you go through a process like that there's going to be things that aren't feasible, things that need to be reworked, and significant service adjustments. So we did do that, and we were able to get to the 5%. So we've talked about it. We have a red list, which are items that could be considered that didn't meet our prioritization criteria. But we would also have to go back over this next week and look at a significant amount of other adjustments. For the 3%, I would estimate that's in around the $8 million range in terms of additional adjustments we'd have to look at over the next week.
So for the 3%, based on the 5.8 percent, that's 11.6 million, if I did the math right. And for the 2.2, we have to find further reductions of 16.24 million, based on the 2.2. So I'm going to come straight out and ask, can you get this done if this goes through by budget time? Or is it an extra work that?
Well, through the chair. So this is, we'd have to do this work within the next week. So like I said, we took 6 months to do a lot of due diligence, to vet these things, to prioritize them. So to do this additional work, we'd have to do that work within the next week. So probably not the level of due diligence and vetting that would be optimal. But I'll also let Matu comment as well.
Through you, Chair, I think the impacts would be, the only mechanism for us, we don't have time to do due diligence within the timeline of the budget. So there are things, again, because of that 3% initial target, there are things that were not put on the table because they have risks, significant risks on community or financial sustainability, or things that are not, that we don't think are ready and should be worked on in 2026 for 2027 to reduce the risk of not achieving the objective and then falling short of the target. So within a week, we cannot do this due diligence work. So the work that we would do within a week is to put everything on the table, including things that are very high risk and may create significant community reaction. Put all this on the table in public next week on Wednesday, so that you have 1 week and the public has a week to have this for consideration, and then we would present it on December 3rd, and then there's a second public input meeting on the evening of December 3rd. So I think, If we are directed to do that, we will do our best, but we do not have time to do any due diligence or preliminary consultations with partners that might be affected. We will have to look at also FTE impacts, so that will be a closed conversation. So that's an evaluation we'd have to do separately. So that these are kind of the considerations that I have in mind at this point, understanding that, again, we won't be able to do due diligence, alignment with strategic plan, or risk management.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, so 1% is 5.8? Okay, so my math is right. So at 3%, we're looking for an additional 11.6 million. I just want to make sure we're all clear on that. And at 2.2%, we're looking for an additional decrease of 16.24 million. Okay.
Okay, Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris, and I really appreciate your bringing that clarity, Councillor Gowing. It was several months ago that we said 5%, and Mr. Steffler's already reiterated that they actually went down to 3%. Everybody around this horseshoe has seen that second list, and we didn't go forward with it because there were risks and there were service impacts. And that was one of the criteria that staff used to do the least disruptive to some services that we provide that are actually legislative responsibilities that we have. So I reiterate that we don't do these services just because it's nice to provide this service to the community. We do it because it's the kind of community we want. That's how we deliver the services, and many of them are legislated. So I would tell you that the privilege to sit around this horseshoe as an elected official means that we give up the ability just to be another citizen. When we went to Cambridge, one of the things that I thought was really well reinforced was the fact that there were legislative underpinnings to so much of what we did. And for the community members, that was a real surprise. And when we went to Elmira and did it, we had a lot of very bright university students that were asking very, very insightful questions. So I think those kind of public gatherings are really important. But if we're going to go forward with that list, and again, we've all seen it, and we backed away from it because it did create service reductions, we need to take responsibility for that. I know that people are hurting out there. I know that one of the things Councillor Craig said was the ability to pay. We're not the Bank of Canada, and maybe we want to look at inflation, but there's all kinds of different parameters that you can use for indices for inflation. We are trying to, I think, do the least amount of reduction to people who absolutely rely on our services, because those are the ones that allow them to live the fullest life that they're able to live. So I think that we're more than just a service delivery. I think we also create the kind of community we want. And I can't support this because, to me, this is abdicating our responsibility as councillors to say, yes, we will support this level of service reduction. I think that's the kind of decision that we as elected officials need to make. And if we need additional information, we have been asking for that as a report or a one-off, but that second list, we've all already seen it. So I won't be supporting the amendment or the motion.
Okay, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I also will not be supporting the amendment or, frankly, the motion. We've known that affordability has been an issue all year. We know that affordability was an issue when we asked for the 5%. So if we wanted 2.2% or 3%, that's when it should have been brought up. To ask staff to go back and do this in 1 week is not fair. It's not going to produce good results. It's going to get staff upset, us upset, because we're going to be having to put things on the table that we don't want on the table. And we shouldn't be putting our departments, our organizations, our partners through that kind of stress when it is our job as government to provide these services. As Chair Redmond has said, many of those services are mandated. But in terms of affordability, you know, if you cut from Grand River Transit, you're cutting from the people who can't afford a car, who need that service. And if we, if anything, we should be, if we're looking at affordability, we should be giving free transit, all right? That would help with affordability. We're looking at food insecurity. Well, the food bank has asked for, last year they asked for $2 million on top of what we gave them, and we couldn't do that. But I think we gave them 1.5. This year they're going to be asking for money. If we want to deal with food insecurity, then we need to support those organizations that work on food security. And we don't get that by cutting them out of our budget. There's so many programs that frankly are life and death. And a lot of it isn't, we're put in a position, as Councillor Craig constantly says, by the provincial and federal governments that are not giving us the funds that we need. We know we're the last stop for government. And the needs are great, affordability is great, but asking staff to come back with 2.2 or 3 at this point is not something I will support.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, a question of clarification for both the mover and the amendment. Is it 2.2 and 3 on the capital and operating, or operating? Because I think the original motion was just operating, and then the amendment mentioned capital and operating.
Let's talk about the amendment, because that's the
Sure. So from my perspective, from past budgets that we've been part of, you have the ability to achieve that through 2 mechanisms. One, by finding additional areas where you would like to find some savings on the operating side, or you can find some savings on the capital side. When you find them on the capital side, they need to be factored in over a 10-year period. So for example, if you want to get 1% on the capital side, that would be a $5.8 million capital reduction this year, $58 million over the 10-year capital budget to achieve that 1%. And so I think the intent of the motion, I can't speak for Councillor Craig, but I think would be that staff could look at either of these options as possibilities.
Okay, I'll just, because the wording of the amendment just says operating, so.
Well, it's an operating impact, but the way you have money that flows to capital from operating.
Okay, all right, understood. No, thanks for that clarification. I still find it quite fascinating that the mover of this motion supported a 6.7 something police budget without pushing back on any type of reduction. So I definitely won't be supporting this. I think staff have done an amazing amount of work over the last 5 months, and what we're able to produce in the next week will not get us to a good place. And I think as it is, getting us to 5% is rather austere and is resulting in quite a number of cuts, albeit quiet cuts to the community. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I didn't hear exactly. The pushback on what? What percentage?
So he had the floor.
I realize that. I'm just asking. I couldn't hear.
He made reference to the police budget increase.
The police budget?
Yeah. So you'll
that's
get your
fine.
chance.
I'll come back on the police budget at the right time.
Okay.
And explain all of that and the years of how there wasn't the fulfillment of the police budget requests that have put us in a bad situation in policing in the region.
Okay, Councillor Salonen, you're up next.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I will be supportive of both the amendment and the motion. I appreciate the comments that have been made. I also appreciate that I represent a community that has many people on fixed incomes, and they have seen huge tax increases, which actually proportionally more dollars go to the regional tax increases, even though our percentages have been way lower than Wilmot's percentages. But we're talking here right now, this is, if we go exactly as is with the budget as proposed, it's approximately $124 per household additional onto their already tax base. Now, I appreciate that's not perfect. I've just taken what the percentage is, 1% times that by the 4.92, and then divided it by the approximate 232,000 households we have. Regardless, that is a lot of money in a lot of my community members' households. And I also am of the belief, Pam, I appreciate your point on, supporting food banks and supporting these programs, but I also believe that governments aren't necessarily the best ones to decide how people should spend their money and to redistribute other people's money to pay for other people's services. That is just a core value that I differentiate around some people on this horseshoe on. I'm more of an Adam Smith kind of economist. So I don't think that it's unreasonable to ask. I can appreciate what staff have said about turnarounds, but also I truly do believe that our staff know their files really well and know that there are areas that although it might not be their recommendation, that they could still at least suggest council go, because I also don't think we as council necessarily have the expertise to start going and hacking away certain things and not knowing the domino effect and impact. And at the end of the day, council still will get to decide. This motion does not tie us to having to accept a budget at that amount, but it's asking for the information. And I think there are a lot of people in our community who want to see this kind of work done. And if it winds up that we don't accept it, that's fine. Also, Chair Redmond, I appreciate your comment that we've seen the list, but never was I asked if I would approve certain things on those lists to be X'd or not, because we didn't go that far in the exercise. So I would like that opportunity and for the public to be aware of what the consequences are of the decisions that we make around this horseshoe. So I'm just looking for the information, and the decision point comes after we get said information. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, the first thing I wanted to say is it sounds like a wonderful idea. But me being a size 5 sounds like a wonderful idea. Do no harm. If we cut, what harm will we do? And what kind of things do you want to cut? Do you want to cut garbage pickup in the downtown cores? Do you want to cut bus services to the out to the townships? What kind of harm will you do? Now, people are struggling, and you're absolutely right, and they're at wit's end. But if you take away their bus service so they can't get to work, if you take away the assist that we provide because we cut the budget, even a fraction, did we do more harm? And that's the question we have to ask. Will we do more harm? Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Along with what Councillor Foxton has said, I cannot support this because if we go through with a 3% budget or a 2.8% budget, the people that my colleagues have referred to are struggling. We won't have any services to provide them. If we go through with a 2.8 or a 3%, a 2.2 or a 3% budget, I cannot stand behind council because I do not think this is a good idea. Also, if we were aiming for a 2.2% budget or a 3% budget, then that's what we should have asked for in June, not 5%.
Okay, Councillor Shantz.
Sorry, I actually have a question, and that would be, what does 1% represent to the average household?
I'll take that one. So just our current proposed budget at 4.94% is a $96 increase to the average household. If we went down to a 2.2% increase, that would be $43 per household. So the difference is $54 a year or $4.50 a month between 2.2% and 4.94%.
Thank you. I'm struggling with the timing of this. I think this should have been brought forward when we decided on the 5%. I think to do it now, it feels like it's just going to be chaotic. I would appreciate if staff have a list that they can bring to us as we debate. So if they have a list that they've already vetted and have some reasons why they decided not to put it on the final list, I would appreciate seeing that. But I'm not looking for you to redo the whole budget in a week.
Okay. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you. Did you say yes, it includes operating? It was operating, correct? So we have 2 contracts, labor contracts coming up this year or more. Does anybody know?
Through the chair, there's 2 that expire in 2026.
So those, we're probably not going to be able to achieve what is expected here with those, because I'm sure with cost of living and everything that the unions are going to be going full bore for what their demands are. So then we have to look at capital projects as well. And with the cost of supplies, labor there too, that's going to be a big problem. So that means we're going to have to cut out some of our capital projects. I can't support the 2.2. I think it's way, way, way too low. I don't think that's achievable. I'm kind of sitting on the fence on the 3%, but when Councillor Salonen said we don't have to accept it, you know, if it comes forward, if we look at what could be cut at 3, we don't have to accept any of those, and which means we could be at 4, 4.5, 5, whatever. So so because that option is out there, I can support the 5, support the 3, knowing that it most likely cannot be achieved. But I can't support the 2.2 because I think that's an impossibility at this point in time. But I'm very concerned about staff being able to pull anything other than what was on that second list, which none of us were happy with. So can we give them more time potentially? I don't know. No. So it's the onus is on us to take the 5 and try to cut ourselves and do our job that we were elected to do and cut. I'm looking to you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Well, I mean, look, this is a debate on the amendment of trying to ask staff to come back with items that would get us to 2.2. You know, you've heard the CFO and his staff comment on that. Obviously, there's a small runway, and the information that you get will be what you get, and the decision, if you get it, should this pass, will be yours ultimately to make. And so I don't want to, you know, try to influence either way where this is going to go. But, you know, I guess if there's no further debate on your end, I'll move to the rest of the speakers list. And ultimately, the vote lies with you in terms of where you want to go with this.
True. Thank you.
So that being said, Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm conflicted with this because all of us would like to have a 2 or 3% increase for the residents of the community, but I think the timing of this is way off. Like, I wish this would have come, as Councillor Sean suggested, in June when we made this original decision. And my concern is if that staff only have a week to do this, the cuts that they would be bringing back to us would be without any kind of rationale or due diligence, as CAO Gutsky suggested. We know our reserves are at not a healthy rate, and that's where we normally draw from if we want to reduce our tax rate. So I'm not going to support the 2.4. My concern, though, is that if we give this direction to staff, at least we would have something to work at when we're back at budget on December the 3rd. Otherwise, if we're at the 5%, we're sort of going to be into the same argument that we're into right now of what we're going to cut and what we're not going to do. So we would have a bit of a plan. But yeah, I'm not going to support it. I just think the timing, it's not fair to staff. They're not going to be able to bring us the kind of information they would like to for us to make a good decision.
Okay, Councillor Verbanovich.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, everyone, for your thoughts and reflections on this. I guess I just want to go back briefly to the fundamentals of the budget process. Back when we gave this direction, Council gave this direction partially because I think many of us felt that the trajectory that we'd been on the last number of years was not sustainable for the community. In fact, some of us, myself included, did not vote for the budget for 2 out of the last 3 years because of that, and I know others did the same thing as well. When you consider that, and so if you recall the debate and discussion that happened when we looked at the 5%, that obviously was very much a direction and a starting point. And as I acknowledged earlier today, I'm pleased that staff brought something forward in alignment with that. There were some of us who did at that time say that, the budget period will also be an opportunity to look at going further and being more in line with inflation. And I think both Councillor Craig's and motion and my amendment today are trying to reflect that and give an opportunity for staff to have that input. As a reminder of the process is now ours. And so over the next number of days, in addition to any additional input from staff, it'll be incumbent and possible for members of council to present a variety of motions to either add things or subtract things in order to try to get to the budget that we want. So if that's the way we want to do it, that's fine. The alternative that Councillor Craig has put onto the table is an opportunity for staff to have some additional input into that. At the end of the day, the buck stops with the 16 people around this horseshoe, and who ultimately will make a decision on all of these things and how we find that right balance between what people can afford and trying to make sure we're not adding more people to our homeless lists or those who are relying on our services, versus the, whatever that increase ultimately ends up being. The last point that I will just make, and I'm certainly not advising it at this point yet, but it may be as we get closer to the process, depending on the information that we get back. There's nothing obligating us to have a budget done by December 31st. In an election year, for example, we typically don't get it done until the following year. I don't think that's a great thing to do because it just means that we're delaying the impacts on that, and I would prefer not to see us do that. But it is an option that is available to council, and since the question was asked, I think it's helped. It was Councillor Liggett who asked the question. It is an option, but that is at the prerogative of council.
Councillor Gowing.
So I'm struggling with it as well. However, I'm leaning towards Councillor Sullivan's point of view of if we already have this information that can be brought back, it is just information for us to decide at this point. And from what I understand, I kind of got an answer that we do have the numbers from staff. It's just they'll have to do they won't be able to do the deep dive into how it will impact. Am I right in that? That's what I thought, yeah. I'm talking about the 3%, excuse me, not the 2.2.
Yeah, so through the chair. So remember, through the process of how we approached it and to get to 5%, we gave everybody a target of 3%.
Mm-hmm.
Then we went through a vetting process. There were several things that were impractical or infeasible. So the red list that we finalized on, that doesn't get you to 3%. That may get you another 0.5% or 0.75%. So we have to go back and do a significant amount of work over the next week. My initial estimate's probably looking for additional adjustments of about $8 million.
11.6.
Well, saying
know
if
you- I know what
you
you
include the red list,
Yeah,
then you
that's
get
true.
to that 11.6.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know. If it's not easy, I don't want to make more work, but from the sounds of it, we already have this red list that we can kind of go through and pick on getting to that 8 or 11 million, whatever that is. But it is only information we're looking for. We're not voting on whether or not this is, again, you can see the struggle I'm having. So, okay, thanks.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. And of course, when we come into budget season, one would assume that at any time you can bring up concerns you have or amendments or whatever it is. You know, and so what I'm hearing today is my timing is off. Reminds me of big banks that always tell you when you should have arrived, where you should be standing, and what you should be asking for. Okay? And I take exception to that. Councillor Vivanovich has talked about, and I've done this in the past too. You can stretch this process out. It doesn't have to be a week. Okay? That's a red herring, and it really is. And we can make this, if we're looking in terms of really having an impact, we can make this work. The idea of food banks and transit suffering because of this request is ridiculous, and it's something that I find a bit unpalatable in terms of being launched out there at me that somehow we're trying to undermine the poorest people in our community who are actually the ones who are really suffering. But I also want to bring up one last thing, and that's the police budget. Yes, it's coming forward, and I haven't said much over the years about the attitude or the feeling around this council about police, but it hasn't always been supportive. And we'll have a chance to deal with that when the budget is presented and the history of the lack of support that has gone into the police budget over the years. So I'll leave it at that. And again, we can go beyond December 31st if you really feel it's important to make a statement to the community.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll just continue to focus on the amendment. So, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. I sort of like what I'm hearing around the table is what we're saying is I don't want to pass the motion because that's saying that we're going to look at 3% or 2.2%, whatever. But we can still look at the budget and try and bring it down to as much as we can. With the list that we've been provided, so maybe that's the route we go. And I won't pass the motions because that says we're going to do that. But I do want to believe that this council will look at every opportunity to bring down as much as they can. And I think that's a more fair way to look at it. Thank you.
I don't have any other speakers, colleagues. So we're going to vote on the amendment now. And that
Can you read it, please?
Yep, that staff be directed to provide council with options to achieve a 2026 operating budget, excluding police services, with a property tax increase of 2.2% to be presented on December the 3rd, 2025.
Is this the amendment, Mr. Chair?
This is the amendment that we're voting on, correct, yeah. Yeah. So eScribe is now up and live, so we encourage you to head over to eScribe and vote. Colleagues, that is defeated. We'll go back to the original motion. The amendment has been defeated. We'll go back to the original motion, and I'll read that out, that staff be directed to provide council with options to achieve a 2026 operating budget, excluding police services, with a property tax increase of 3% to be presented December 3rd. Over to... Okay, I guess we'll have to entertain a speakers list now to go back to the original motion. So Councillor Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I wasn't sure if you were entertaining a speakers list. I just really want to reiterate the comments that were made by Councillor Foxton, and that's that this is a beginning, not the ending. Every budget feels a little bit like Groundhog Day and a little bit takes on a life of its own. So I would really hope that
Okay, well, we can't, if you want on the speakers list, please go on the speakers list, because point of orders are used to interrupt. Okay, what is your point, what is the point of order?
Voting to continue with debate.
Well, no, the amendment was defeated, so now we go back to the original motion, and people have the opportunity to speak to the original motion, which she is doing.
Correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll allow Chair Redmond to continue having her say on the motion, because we actually never had a discussion on the original motion because the amendment was quickly brought forward. So please continue, Chair Redmond.
My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So I again will not support this motion, but it's not because I don't believe that this council is able to put its own imprint on the final results. So I think it's been a really good discussion. I'm not going to support this motion, but I would encourage all of us not only to bring our motions forward early. I think Councillor Verbanovic made this point, and I really agree with it. We need to digest it. We need to ask staff to look at it, and if we distribute it to all council members, then we will have a better, more fulsome discussion as we move forward. I'm one that would not support punting this further down the road. I think we can make hard decisions and have tough discussions.
Colleagues, any other discussion on the original motion that I have here? Failing that, I'll ask you to go over to eScribe and vote again on the motion before us.
Do you know what this motion is?
Okay, I think it's the 3%, but I could be.
Yeah, we're voting on the asking staff to bring back options that would get our 2026 operating budget to 3% by December the 3rd.
Thank you.
Colleagues, that is defeated. So with that, I would now like to entertain a motion to enter into closed session. The meeting will be recessed following closed session. Actually, no, I'll consult with my colleagues here first on that. How about I go to a motion to close? So Councillor Fox and Councillor Gowing, please vote on that.
Chair, over here.
Yes.
Could I have to leave at 4:30? Could I just make a comment regarding the capital budget because I can't be here tomorrow either?
Sure, I don't see why that wouldn't be a problem. How about, I guess we're voting to go to close, but do you want to continue the vote to go close or just?
The other business.
The vote
Yeah, it hasn't come up yet, so we'll suspend that. And we'll go over to Councillor Shantz in the situation where you have to leave, so please go ahead. I mean, we tried to get there today.
I know. You did a good job. But colleagues, I just wanted to ask for the capital budget, because I can't be here tomorrow as well, that we ask staff to look at including the Elmira bypass in the 10-year projection. I understand that the study is not totally complete. It's been delayed a number of times for a number of reasons and all of that, but I would just like to ensure that staff get that on the capital plan so that we can look at it in its entirety and consider it there when we. I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost in the last minute process of budget. So that would be my request. Do I need a motion for that, Clerk?
I will look at Commissioner Spooner as to whether or not it's a significant amount of work to make it happen.
It's an interesting framing. Through you, Chair. So the Elmira bypass project, along with the Arthur Street project, are proceeding. They're planned to come back to Regional Council for project approval in May of 2026. They'll also be included in the IMP update that we have ongoing. it would be unusual to place it in the capital budget prior to budget approval, or sorry, project approval. I haven't seen it done, but I guess we could. We know the numbers, the project costs, so it would simply, I think, I would appreciate a motion. It would be difficult for me to add a
So through the
project.
chair, so if staff have the information, then I think what would be appropriate is a motion for final budget day to add it into the capital plan.
So if I bring that motion on final budget day, you're not going to tell me that I'm too late?
Sorry, you're going to bring the motion for final budget day
by December
before the end of December 10th.
Yeah, prior to December 10th, if you want to proceed with a motion pertaining to this matter, you will need to submit it by December the 10th for consideration on budget day.
So are we meeting December 3rd? Sorry, I don't have that.
We
Yes.
are meeting December 3rd.
Could I bring it then?
You
Just
can
to
bring it
be
any
clear.
time before December the 10th.
Well, but only when we meet.
So you can provide us with a motion for final budget day at any point now before December 10th, and it will be listed on the agenda for final budget day.
Thank you.
Councillor Solomon.
Thank you. I just had a point of like process clarification, Commissioner Spooner, on that. So are you saying that project gets brought forward in 2026 to council? If council were to approve it, then it gets added to the 10-year capital plan? So are you saying like every 10 years? Like we are choosing to do programs now that then go 10 years from now? I'm just confused why it wouldn't be a part of the capital plan.
Very good question, through you, Chair, Councillor Salonen. So a reminder, when we did the 2018 Transportation Master Plan, this project was planned for beyond 2041. So we agreed to do the environmental assessment to take a look at it. We are near complete on that. That's what will come back in May of 2026, is to look at the preferred option that we've shared with the community. We were about 2 weeks ago in Woolwich. And then the costing of that, and then where council would like to place it in the capital program. So we do know the numbers, we know the project. I can provide a pretty quick outline of what it is. It would be, outside of our usual process, but I think, a motion can do that as well. So, thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I don't have any other folks in the, sorry, Councillor Urbanovich.
Sorry, it's not allowing me to click in, apologies. Just on that, I mean, one other option, and I'm not sure if it's been done here at the region, speaking to Mr. Spooner's concern and Councillor Chance's desire to get it added in. Sometimes I know I've seen where a project gets added in just in name only, but not necessarily the amount, and then that can actually follow in terms of after we deal with it in May. So maybe that's something that Councillor Chance can consider in conjunction with staff as she prepares her motion.
Okay, so we'll resume the voting.
We need a new seconder in case council.
Oh, okay, so we need a seconder. Oh,
He just got online. It's all good.
he's online. Okay, so let's carry on with the vote to go into closed. So Councillor Salonen is in favor. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Hunick. Sorry. I imagine she's in favor, though, as well.
I wasn't gonna say no. I did.
Councillor Gowing, if you want to just indicate your intent of this, and who else? Craig's in favor.
I'm in favor.
In favor, okay. We'll resume downstairs, folks.